It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be here on a somewhat rainy Wednesday afternoon in New York City. Fall is right around the corner. You know how I feel about summer, my favorite time of the year. But here comes fall, not bad. Number 3 on my rankings, by the way. It's always been summer number 1 by a wide margin. Spring 2, fall 3, and then a distant 4 is winter. I despise winter. If I can live in a climate that's like 75 to 95 all year round, I'd be the happiest man on the planet. Do you guys know if there's a place like that out there? 75, 95 all year round? Is there anywhere that I can go? The water.
Yeah.
Like was that a mermaid joke?
Kind of. Maybe Lake Havasu in Arizona.
Lake Havasu.
Just stay in the water.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. In any event, we have a lot to discuss, and actually, Mysterious Frank plays a vital role in our first hour, so stay tuned for that. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. If you are a first-time user, use that code, the MMA Hour. A lot going on in the world of sports, and especially combat sports. Big Noche UFC event. Alexa Grasso, Valentina Shevchenko 2, JDM, Don Giacomo, Kevin Holland. That's going on this Saturday's event at T-Mobile Arena. So a lot to like. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook. They have all your needs. Please support them because they support us. Now, back into the show. We're going to be joined by Robert Whittaker, Bobby Knuckles. Haven't talked to him since the loss to Dricus Du Plessis on July 8th. Always the mensch, always gracious. Joining us at 6:30 a.m. Thursday morning, 4:30 here in Sydney. What a guy. Who doesn't like Robert Whittaker? But of course, wanted to get his thoughts on this past Saturday's event in Sydney. Still digesting it all. We're living in this new Sean Strickland era. What a time we are living in right now, my friends. The Sean Strickland era has begun. We're now in the TKO era as well. Yesterday officially announced that WWE and UFC are now under the same roof. They're part of the TKO group, which is being traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We had Dana White there. We had Nick Khan there. We had Ari Emanuel there. We had Mark Shapiro there. We had Daniel Cormier there. We had Vince McMahon there. We had Bianca Belair there. I mean, it was a who's who just a few blocks from us. We didn't get the invite to ring the bell. I wanted to be one of the guys on the floor with the ticket in my hand and being like, hey, I want this, I've been covering these two entities for years, and I was mocked and made fun of, and I was told that I was a hack and this and that, and now here you are up there together as one. Who's laughing now? I feel like I should get some sort of like deal, no? Like 10 cents on the dollar, something.
Wow.
No? That's
a pretty big chunk.
Yeah, all right. In any event, it's a new time. It's a fascinating world that we're now living in. I feel like there's going to be jockeying for positions. They're talking about mega weekends. They're talking, that Venn diagram, my friends, it's getting bigger. It is getting bigger. So I can't wait to talk about all of this, and I can't wait to see how all this unfolds from a business standpoint. But like I said, we're living in the Sean Strickland era, and so we're still digesting all of that. We'll talk to Robert Whittaker about all of that. Chris Eubank Jr. is going to join us. Of course, longtime viewers of this program will know that his father, Chris Eubank Sr., one of my favorite guests in the history of the show. If you are a fan of his, you will know that he just won over Labor Day weekend against Liam Smith. He avenged that shocking loss to Beefy Smith back in January. And he's one of the most popular boxers in the world, certainly one of the most popular boxers in the UK. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the best relationship with his father right now, but he is back on track, and he's a big get and a big name, and I'm looking forward to having him on the show for the first time at around 3:30. We'll talk about what's next. Obviously, the big Conor Benn fight looms large, and there are people who think that could sell 80,000 tickets at Wembley. Would be a massive, massive fight, not only in the world of boxing, but in particular in the UK. So we'll talk to Jr., as they call him, about the big win and where he goes from here. Sergio Pettis is going to stop by. He is, of course, the Bellator bantamweight champion. Stay tuned for more on that segment. I will tell you more about it in short order. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Eric Nicksick, the head coach over at Xtreme Couture. And, I mean, this guy he's probably still on cloud 9, if not cloud 15, after his win, his guys' win on Saturday night, but his performance as well. He's getting the proper credit, attention, love that he has earned and deserves as the head coach of Sean Strickland. So we'll talk to him about the big night. And he's done some interviews over the last 48 hours, and rightfully so, but I think he saved some stuff for us. So stay tuned for that. I'm looking forward to that very much. I'm also looking forward to talking to Dricus Du Plessis, the number one contender at 185. Obviously, as you may know, we've talked a lot about DDP since his last appearance on the show, and he's been on the show maybe 4 or 5 times before. I appreciate him coming on, respect him greatly for coming on. Hopefully it's a solid, fun, good, enlightening, respectful conversation, and we can figure out where he stands in this middleweight division, because I do think that he has earned the title shot. But as we talked about on Monday with the likes of Chael and with New York Rick and GC, he might get screwed here because of what's happening on October 21st in Abu Dhabi. Khamzat Chimaev, Paulo Costa. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation. And just about 2 hours ago, it was officially announced that Kayla Harrison is coming back. Finally, she hasn't fought since November of 2022, a year ago almost, and she will be coming back 367 days later. She'll be fighting Julia Budd at the PFL Championships event in Washington, D.C. That's PFL 10 as far as this season is concerned. It's going down at the Anthem in Washington, D.C., and she's fighting on the card. It's a pay-per-view card. OAM, Clay Collard, Larissa Pacheco on there, Jesus Pinedo, Sada Busi, a bunch of guys. But great to have Kayla Harrison back, and I'm curious what her future is going to look like in PFL. And, of course, PFL Bellator, it's sounding like it's getting closer and closer. It really is. Could be happening next month. So stay tuned for all of that. I'm really looking forward to talking to Kayla, once again, one of my favorite people in the sport. I mentioned on Monday, it's a new era in this show's history. Moderator Lewis, who had been spearheading our moderating efforts on the Nose segment for the past year plus, out of the kindness of his heart, just a mensch of a man, a hard worker, a loyal supporter. Unfortunately, due to his crowded schedule and real life work duties, he was unable to continue in that role. And so I threw it out, just telling, the team that, hey, we might have to find a new moderator, or, maybe I'll just pick the random 12 questions, 11 questions that pop up on the screen. What do we do here? And how about loyal soldier, number 1, Mysterious Frank, saying, no, I'll do it. And initially, I will admit, I sort of breezed by, because I thought he was just being, it's like the classic, I'll pay for the meal, but it's the dinosaur hands, I'll pay, but I'm holding my credit card. No, he was stretched out there. He was he was like a giraffe's neck with that credit card. He wanted in. And
the quote was, I guess I could do it.
No, you wanted it. And then you doubled and tripled down. And so this, my friends, is week 1 of the Mysterious Frank era. I have not looked at the questions. Sometimes I peek, but I've not looked at them. He has had a bit of a trying morning, some dental issues, but like I said, one of the hardest working guys on the team, if not the hardest, loyal soldier number 1, got it done, sent over the questions, and I can't wait. I can't wait to see the ebbs and flows. I can't wait to see the themes, the threads, just the selection. I can't wait to see if it's just all Mysterious Frank related questions. I cannot wait. And so without further ado, let's not waste any more time. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A,
yes.
MMA fans.
Are you nervous, Frank? What are you feeling here?
Weirdly, yes. Totally fine while doing it, and now I'm like, dude, you built this up to a...
This is big. There's only been one other moderator in the history of the program.
Big. Just remember, it can only get better from here.
You've been underselling it. By the way, guys, he even sent me a PDF. Now, just for the record, moderator did the same. Lewis did the same. But,
okay.
you know, I thought maybe he would just copy paste it into a text. I wasn't sure.
He puts his pants on just like all of us, one leg at a time.
Now, unlike him, I'm seeing here right off the bat, and I'm not trying to compare. You know, I love all my kids just the same, but you're adding multiple questions per page here, so it's not just one per page. You're looking to
You gotta save the paper. Save some paper.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go. I cannot wait to get this rolling. Without further ado, of course, these came via my Substack. Appreciate everyone who chimed in. Hut is number one. Ariel, is Sean Strickland MMA's Stone Cold Steve Austin? He says he wants to. He says what he wants to. He does what he wants to. Dana has said he won't tell any fighter what to say. This guy is wild and seems to live by his own set of rules, and thus far is backing it up. Are we in the Sean 316 era? Also, should Izzy turn heel? Love the show. Thanks to GC, the mysterious one, and Mike Heck for the watch party. Love it. Thanks again. So first question, solid. Serious Frank reference in the question. Not sure if that was on purpose or not. But
you'll see a pattern.
It's a great point. Look, as I said on Monday, he resonates with this audience. He resonates with the MMA fan. Is he Stone Cold? Well, Stone Cold was very anti-establishment. And the establishment was Vince McMahon and the Stooges and the Goons and all that stuff. Sean is not anti-Dana White. He is not anti-UFC. He is anti perhaps a different establishment. He is anti a certain type of person living in the world or this country. But when I think of him, I don't think of him necessarily as Stone Cold, because what pops, you know, in my mind, first and foremost about Stone Cold was his feud with Vince McMahon. And he was like, you know, the disgruntled worker who gave his boss the FU. Sean isn't that guy. Who is Sean Strickland? Is he Remy from Higher Learning? I don't know. You tell me. That's the one I always go to. But no, he has turned the corner. He is much more babyface than heel at this point. And what's so amazing about his superstardom at this point, and I don't feel like that's an unfair thing to say. Like I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, GC, were people somewhat indifferent to Sean? Like they felt a certain way about him, but not strongly enough to hate or love him. They were just sort of like, oh, Sean Strickland's on the guard. And a year ago, July of last year, he was sort of the butt of the joke in the MMA community for the way in which he fought against Alex Pereira. And, you know, even when he came back and lost to Jared and then came back, you know, 2-3 weeks later and fought Imavov, it wasn't like the MMA community was like, holy shit, Sean Strickland, he's a fighter's fighter. It was like, all right, they can't find anyone else and Sean Strickland's on the card. Like this feeling towards him for whatever reason, like this has expedited, I think, in the last month or so. Honestly, it may have even expedited Sean Strickland when there was that weird period where the UFC was unwilling to book him in this fight and they were searching for someone else. When they went with DDP over Izzy, there was no one really banging the drum that Sean Strickland has to have this fight. Now, as I've said, when the fight was announced, I didn't see anyone say this fight sucks. It was like almost when the fight got announced and Izzy said, okay, I'll go in that direction because DDP isn't available, everyone was like, you know what? I'd like to live in a world where this guy is champion. But I don't recall people in May, June, July banging the drum for this guy to be the next guy, and that we all, like, they weren't willing him to the top like they were other superstars who were climbing the ladder. Am I off when I say this, GC?
No, I would actually say when the Imavov fight was booked, people were like, oh, great, another Sean Strickland main event. People used to always just reference that it's just like a kind of like a boring sparring session.
Yeah.
He goes in these 25-minute fights.
It's really interesting. And so what do you think it is? It's really, to me, it really just started in the last month. And I think he, like I said, he handled last week so perfectly from beginning to end. Everything about him. And, you know, I'm hearing some things about stuff that happened throughout the week that we don't know about, and I can't wait to talk to Eric Nicksick about. But ultimately, he didn't cross the line to the point where, the thing with the fan could have gone horribly wrong. It didn't. And he benefited from that because it's like, look at this guy. What won't he do? He's a loose cannon. He's crazy. He marches to the beat of his own drum. But who is he? What's the analogy? Maybe New York Rick has a good analogy.
I do not.
No, okay. But he's not Stone Cold. Hey, Rick, nice haircut.
You saw me Monday.
No, this is a different haircut. Something's changed here.
It's wet.
All right. You should go for a quick swim.
I did get out of the shower.
Quick dip in the pool? All right. He's not Stone Cold. Do you agree with that?
I agree with. he's very much a partner with the UFC, right? Like he's very much of they tell me what to do. They offer me fights. I come in and show up. That's not Stone Cold. Stone Cold is rallying against that, right? But there is a rebel nature to it. I think he's rebelling against kind of like what the conventional expectations of a fighter are, but it is not against the man, right? It is not against the corporation. He's happy when he gets the paychecks. He wants to be there and wants to be active and wants to collect those checks. So you're right that that's not the guy, but I don't know who the guy is. Maybe there is no guy. Maybe Sean Strickland is his own archetype and he is now establishing that.
I will say this though. If you think this is all a thing and he's living his life, like everything he does is very calculated. Now, I just want to say it's unlike, say, Colby Covington, because I believe that the Sean Strickland that we get is truly him. Like Colby Covington was just a certain type of guy, and then there was a point in time in our country's history where he found an opening and then he dialed it up. Who knows if he even felt the way in which he purports to feel now back then when he was, struggling for a spot on the roster and was, as he has said and as the UFC has said, close to getting cut. Strickland was, for the most part, kind of always this guy, but it just seemed like over time, he got a lot more comfortable with telling us who he is. The guy who showed up with the long hair looked completely different, probably wasn't as comfortable talking like this. But I believe he is the genuine article in that, like, he's not playing a character. That said, I do feel like everything that he does is calculated in this regard. I talked about the post-fight press conference on Saturday. When he's talking about Izzy should have done this and that to endear himself to the Australian people, that's a guy who gets marketing, who gets fight promotion. When he does that video on Monday night about the belt being broken, he's doing it, to say like, look, guys, this thing doesn't mean much to me. I'm the everyman. Let me tape it up. He's very much playing the Mick Foley character in that video. I'm the everyman. I'll show up. This belt is just a thing. It doesn't matter if there's duct tape on it or not. Whatever. But he's shooting that video in his gun room or whatever it is. He could have shot that on his porch. He could have shot that anywhere. But that shot is not a coincidence. So there's a lot. He's just very smart, and that appeals to a lot of people. And so he is doing a great job of marketing himself and putting himself out there, and we'll see. Like if he can continue on that path and not cross the line, because now there's going to be a greater spotlight on him. He stands to be very popular and make a lot of money. And so we'll see just how smart he is in terms of not being able to cross the line, because sometimes I think he is very, like when he's talking about shooting the dog, there are some people who would, push back on that. Honestly, who knows if that even happened. But it's all very fascinating to watch. He couldn't be more different than Izzy. And I think ultimately that's what this comes down to. He couldn't be more different than Izzy. Izzy was polarizing. People love to feel a certain way about Izzy, good and bad. And he certainly had a lot of haters, and he certainly fed into that, played into that. And now you get this completely different personality, and a lot of people find that to be very refreshing. Aim on. Hey, Ariel, you mentioned that Eric Nicksick's coaching performance at 293 ranks as one of the best you've seen. What are some of the other great coaching performances you have witnessed in MMA? I mean, there's a million. I just mean getting to see those snippets in between the rounds is, to me, sometimes people ask me, like, do you miss going to events? How come you don't go to events? This, that, and the other. And the truth is, I feel like I could actually do my job better. Now, of course, you could watch it after the fact, but like in the moment, and because I have to do the post-show seconds later, I love being able to see those moments and understand what is going on in between rounds, which is something you can't necessarily do if you're sitting cage side. You could do it if you're sitting in the back, but you get the point. That access is tremendous. And that's, by the way, why I don't like when I hear people, like I saw some people getting mad over some of the language that he used. That, to me, is our privilege. We are intruding on their time. Of course, like, you don't want to hear someone say like totally outlandish, crazy, offensive, racist, whatever stuff. But if he's swearing, if he's dropping, some cuss words, this or that, in that moment, he's doing what he has to do to rile his fighter up in a championship fight. We don't get to reprimand or have the same type of take that we have on, say, a Radke or Manel Cape, who's doing it on the microphone in front of everyone, and it's very clear that he is on television right now. Nicksick probably doesn't even realize he's on TV. They're not tapping him on the shoulder and saying, hey, the red light is on. He's doing his thing as a coach, and that is our privilege. We are intruding. We're eavesdropping. You can't hold him to the same standard. And I love that stuff. I love seeing the fire. I love seeing the way in which he gets his soldiers fired up. So, I mean, you think of Dave Lavelle last year with Leon. I mean, that's just legendary stuff. You think of moments like Ray Longo with Chris Weidman, punch him in the chest. What was that? What were we looking at? Was that a plane or something?
No.
Okay. I always feel like there's a moment where, like, when I break the fourth wall, everyone's like, "Who's gonna answer?" Appreciate you, Frank.
Yeah,
you're owning the segment here. I appreciate it. Dave Lavelle, Ray Longo, those are up there. Bang Ludwig with TJ, the first Renan Barão fight. I mean, just a million. We haven't always been privy to those corner talks, but when you are, it's brilliant stuff. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. His second question is, have you any insight into what will happen with CM Punk? Do you think he will re-sign with WWE, or has he proved to be too troublesome to risk upsetting the locker like he has in AEW? I'd be very surprised if he signs with WWE. I just think honestly, I don't know if he would want to go back, and I feel like they wouldn't want to have him back. He's up there in age, and I don't know how like close or how much he truly wanted to go back to wrestling, you know, when he ultimately made the decision. I think he kind of just looked around and said, like, this is the best spot, and maybe a change of scenery would regain his love. But I really think the end of his time at WWE changed the way in which he feels about pro wrestling. And I wonder, I haven't talked to him, I wonder if the way this ended was kind of like the final straw for him. So I know there are people clamoring to have him back. I saw Nick Khan's comments to Mark Ramundi yesterday where he didn't say yes or no, but it sounded a lot more like a no than a yes. I'd be very surprised. The world of pro wrestling has taught me one thing, and that is, I mean, never say never. Everyone comes back, it seems like. When Bret Hart came back, you know, that pretty much told me everyone is able to come back. And who knows? Like, who knows where Vince is in 2 years? Who knows who's around? Who knows who's running the show? But right now, WrestleMania 40, Philadelphia, I personally would be shocked. But again, if there's one sport that has proven to us that you should never say never, it's this one, or one form of entertainment. But if I had to, you know, make a prediction, I would say I'd be very surprised if it happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if he never wrestles again at this point. Andrew. Hi, Ariel. How much does Israel not having a belt hurt the possibility of an Africa event? I would argue having a numbered event in Africa when Israel or Usman don't have belts is near impossible. However, it does open the possibility for a fight night between Israel and DDP, where in Africa this event would be a large debate if it was headlined by Israel versus DDP. Thanks for all you do. I don't know how close they were, to be honest. Maybe this makes it less probable. I do think you could do a pay-per-view with Israel and DDP in Africa, and it would be very well received. But I don't think that they were like, you know, the UFC has also proven that, like, they put their dates in, and, like, you're either in or you're out. Like, just witness the fact JDM isn't on this card, Dan Hooker isn't on this card, Alex Volkanovski isn't on this card. You know, Izzy isn't Australian, and he ended up headlining. He was the most obvious choice, but, like, you would, if they are booking their events based on, you know, region all the time, then all those guys would have been on this card. Volk wouldn't have fought in July. He would have fought in Sydney in September. The UFC is so big, so popular, so powerful now that they can go to these markets and not necessarily have anyone from the market on the card. They sold this thing out with, you know, very few fights announced and certainly not a main event announced. And if they went, you know, to most markets, I would say there are some, like, you know, there's some places where maybe you need, but, like, if they go to London or they go to somewhere in the UK or they go to Ireland or they go to Toronto, you don't need a bunch of Canadians on that card. Does it help? Maybe, to a degree, but the sport is so popular and so hot right now that you don't necessarily need that. So could they go to Africa and have a bunch of guys on there and the top fights don't feature any African fighters? Absolutely. Would it be weird after having 3 champions from Africa and not have a single one on the card? Sure, but they were dealing with a whole bunch of different circumstances, and it's hard to just show up and put on an event in a country, especially when you have all these other, jurisdictions, governments, countries paying to have the UFC come. They get a site fee, so they're getting top dollar. That's why when you watch 293, there's all these commercials about Sydney. They're saying like, come back to Australia, come sit. Like this is paid by the tourism board. You'll see the same with Abu Dhabi next month. When they go to a lot of these places, you see these commercials for the markets. You didn't see that back in the day. It's because they're paying for that. This is a commercial for them ultimately. Oh yeah,
Oh wow!
Oh,
Let
yeah.
it all out.
Yeah. In an ESPN article this week, Tim Bradley called out changes he wants to see in. By the way, Frank, you're doing great so far. I just want to let you know. Tim Bradley called out changes he wants to see in boxing judging. The changes outlined judge and ref accountability, transparency, open scoring. What? Has he been listening to this show? Good old Timothy? Are the same ones you and others have outlined for MMA as well? Do you ever see the potential for actors in boxing and MMA working on a joint regulatory changes across the two sports? I mean, wholesale changes like this, no. Incremental changes, perhaps. One of my great dreams is that there would be one national commission. There would be one combat sports commission, and it wouldn't be broken up by state, so that you wouldn't have these things where, like, in Colorado, we do this, and in Texas, we do that. I think that would be better for MMA and boxing. I don't think that will happen due to politics, but I think that would be tremendous. So, yeah, is there, judge and ref accountability? Does one commissioner say, hey, I think you guys should talk after controversial or questionable calls? Sure. Transparent, open scoring, a little too drastic for some of these older guards, but maybe the younger generation comes up and takes over, and they're fans of this show, and they say, you know what, Helwani's been talking about this for 10 years. Maybe we should try it. But is this happening anytime soon? No. Mark, hey, Ariel and team. I'm wondering when the UFC might return to the wider regions. It hasn't been since Dan Hooker and Paul Felder that we've had a global event here in New Zealand. And in my opinion, the Sydney card was full of fighters who should have been on a fight night card in Auckland, but instead a UFC fight night in Sydney. Makes me think we won't have anything anytime soon. This is sort of like what I was talking about earlier. And I've stopped watching Apex cards. Would you look at that? Just can't take them anymore. Don't blame you. Though I know my Fight Pass cost still hasn't been discounted despite the event cost savings. Any thoughts? That's a great point, by the way. Dana White said at the post-fight press conference on Saturday that they are going to start, traveling more. I could definitely see them going less and less to the Apex. I don't think the Apex days are going to end anytime soon, but I do think that, they're going to be going to, you're starting to see it, Singapore, Paris. But again, it's these countries and governments that are paying for the events. That's where they're going to go first. And states too, by the way. So have I heard anything about New Zealand at the moment? No. The fact that they just went to that region last week would suggest that they're not going back anytime soon. They did the deal with Sydney, so they're going to go there a couple times now in the coming years. And I haven't heard anything about New Zealand, but it would certainly make sense. Izzy had said that he is not going to fight on a New Zealand card. I don't know if he's changed his stance since, but during the pandemic, that's what he said. So that would certainly hurt the card too. Cool. Happy Wednesday to Ariel and the crew. Thank you for all you do. I just have a few softballs for you gents today. For Ariel, have you heard any recent rumblings concerning MVP signing with a promotion just yet? No, nothing just yet. In fact, it's his manager's birthday today. By the way, I
sending a birthday text.
I did the birthday text, and now I was like, hey, any news on MVP? Let's see if we get something here, guys.
Did he reply to the happy birthday?
He did. Yes, he did. He said, I appreciate you. Thank you. So I have not heard anything. Thought maybe the KSI Prime card on October 14th, but I have not heard anything just yet. I would like for him to sign with the UFC. I do think the new Bellator PFL conglomerate organization, whatever you want to call it, merger, would be interesting, but there's so many fresh matchups for him in the UFC. That would be my vote. For Connor, what promotion would you like to see MVP compete in?
Yeah, I'm with you, the UFC as well.
For New York Rick, which option do you believe holds the most reward if you're MVP at this stage in his career?
UFC.
For Frank, will you be buying stocks in the UFC? I think he means the TKO group. And have you bought stock before? For some reason, I feel like you're very well educated on the stock market.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. No, I won't be buying any stock on TKO, and I'm not one to play the stock market.
Thank you for your time, and as always, thank you for your great content. I was thinking about this. Yes.
Important to note that the TKO stock is the WWE stock, right? There was a merger. There wasn't an IPO on TKO, which represents the combination of UFC and WWE. The WWE stock became TKO stock. Mm-hmm. So that is what has happened yesterday. So that started at that price, and now it will continue at that price.
So you could have
until the market moves.
You could have back in the day, like if you wanted to support or say like, oh, like you could have gotten, you could have purchased Endeavor stock. But now, if you want to
Endeavor
say that
stock
sort
was
of
an
thing,
IPO.
Yeah. Now you go to the TKO. If you want to be like, oh, I own a piece of TKO, which is the house where WWE and UFC lives. My question is, I don't partake in this sort of thing, and I have no interest in doing so. Is it inappropriate for a media member to purchase TKO stock?
It's a question you would be, of anybody here, you would be the only one to know the answer to that, because I don't have a background in journalism, don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking out loud.
What do you currently think?
I lean towards yes, but it's not like they're paying you. I don't know. It's like, I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, is it inappropriate? We've never really been faced with this before in MMA.
And again, to lay out the term simply, you would be saying, right, now you're intrinsically tied to TKO, which operates both WWE and UFC. And their benefit would then be your financial benefit by owning that stock.
Yeah. And
you'd be incentivized to then make sure that they are successful or contribute in certain ways to make sure they are successful, and therefore your financial portfolio would be successful. Yeah, I suppose
you're also
there's definitely
rooting for them, right? Like you don't want them to fail. Hello.
There's definitely a clear vision there for how that could be a conflict. I could see that.
I wonder. I'd love to talk to a because you learn about, like in journalism ethics, which is the first course I took at Syracuse, you learn about things that you shouldn't take and things that you shouldn't do. But I don't remember us I don't even know if this was a thing back then. I mean, maybe it was. Like, how many sports entities are even public? Are the Packers public? Am I wrong about that? I know you could get shares in the Packers. But like if you're covering the Packers, would you do that? I don't know. It's a weird thing. The whole thing is weird. One other thing that I think is very fascinating, like there's a lot of personalities involved. Like you look at that picture, Vince and these are like behemoths, right? In their respective fields. Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, Patrick Whitesell wasn't there, but he's obviously a big deal. Vince McMahon, Nick Khan, Dana White, of course. And I'm just curious how it's all gonna play out. Are they really gonna, like I think Dana, if you watch the presser yesterday, he makes it seem like, we're doing our thing, they're doing their thing. And then you listen to some of the WWE guys and it's like, no, we're going to like work in concert and we're going to, do this and that. And I saw an interview with Mark Shapiro yesterday on The Ringer, and he was talking about, like the things that they'll do. And like, I just find this, like, it's never seamless. And we saw this when Endeavor bought UFC in 2016, a few months later, unfortunately, there was, there was some, what's the term that people use, like redundancy, and there were layoffs, right? And so I fear that this is going to happen as well, which is typically what happens in these massive mergers. I just wonder how it's all going to flow. Like you would think there's going to be a lot of benefits, especially from the production side. Like the biggest takeaway of it all to me, and the biggest story, like if you ask me like, what is next? What's the story to watch now? Okay, they're under the same umbrella. What's the story to watch now? The story to watch now are the media rights deal. WWE's is up in October of 2024. UFC's is up at the end of 2025. And then WWE's Peacock Network deal, PLE deal, is up in 2026. Are those all going to converge? Are they going to try to sell package deals because they're all kind of like 1 year, 1 year, 1 year? Will they try to then make the next deal, have them all aligned? Does this mean like WWE is going to Peacock and UFC is going to Peacock? Does this mean that WWE is now going to try to do, go back to pay-per-view because of the success of UFC on pay-per-view? Like that to me, the media rights component, because there's no such thing as appointment television anymore other than live sports. Combat sports is doing tremendous right now. Sports fees are going up. Like that is the biggest thing to watch. And then production, travel, and then, jobs, roles. Like anyone who's talking about, is Roman Reigns going to fight a UFC 300? Like this is a very sophomoric way of looking at this whole thing. There's not going to be an overlap there, but it's all that other fascinating stuff, if you care about this stuff, that is going to be really, really interesting to watch over the next couple of years. Tremendous job so far, Frank. Well
Thanks,
done.
Man. I'll take my flowers.
We put a pin at number 7, and we go to our first guest of the day. It was announced at 11 a.m. What are the chances that we would book Kayla Harrison on this show, and 2 hours before the show goes live, we find out that she is coming back in November against Julia Budd, PFL finale card, November the 24th to be exact, in Washington, D.C. What are the chances? Let's say hello to Kayla Harrison. Hello, Kayla. How are you?
AH and KH.
What's happening?
We're just on the same wavelength. Huh?
Yes.
You just were like, I should Kayla on.
I just felt like it had been a while.
I was like, What's up, Hilwani?
I'm a little bit salty, though, because I feel like you should have...
I'm back!
Jeez Louise, holy shit. Are those 24-inch pythons? What's going on? You're like Hulk Hogan circa 1986 over there. I love it.
I just got done training.
Oh, wow. It's not Mako Mondays. What is it? Webster Wednesdays? What is it?
It's Mike Brown Wednesdays. It's Brownie.
Okay.
Brownie.
Which is tougher?
Mako Mondays is historically the hardest workout of the week.
Okay.
Wednesdays is still hard. We still go live. It's a little more cerebral, I'd say.
Okay. I like that. When I think of Mike Brown, I do think of cerebral. So that's a very good.
Very.
Yeah, that's a very good comparison. By the way, congratulations on not only the return fight, which we will get to in a moment, but you did a fantastic job on Friday. Game Bred Bare Knuckle MMA in the broadcast booth.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Did you enjoy it?
I was a little off, but it's good. Room for improvement. Keep growing, keep thriving. That's it. I said yep a lot, and then a lot. Yeah, I have room for improvement, but I love doing it. I really enjoy it. George is a good friend of mine, and it's. I also feel like I learned so much, so it's great.
Was that your first time doing something like that?
No, I had done George's show before, and I had done some like guest commentary with the PFL, and I've done a couple like local shows like Titan and stuff like that. So, yeah.
You like it?
I do, actually. I do. Not as much as I like fighting, but if you can't fight, you might as well watch.
What do you find harder, calling the action or the post-fight interviews?
Yeah, definitely post-fight interviews, just because it's like, I go out there and I'm like, don't fuck up his name, or like, don't ask the same stupid questions that everybody asks, like be original. But I enjoy them more because there's a little more pressure, and it's also like the opportunity for the fighter to express their emotion and to share their character or personality or whatever it is that they have to say. So I enjoy being able to share that with a fighter and give them that moment.
Yeah. Well, I thought you guys did a great job. Congratulations. And it's cool to see Jorge do this sort of thing as he transitions outside of fighting.
It's so cool. I'm so happy for him. I'm just so happy for him. He's killing it. I just saw him
New York Fashion Week.
I saw him Friday, and then he was just in a fashion show or something. And then he's like, I got to go to and then he's like, okay, I'll call you, mommy, October 28th. Let me know. And I'm like, okay, all right, Poppy, call me.
It's amazing. Okay, now let's talk about you. November 24th will be 367 days since your last fight. Why have you not fought this year?
Oh, you're such a fucking shit star. You are.
What? Right. Isn't that like question number one? Where the hell have you been?
You know what? I have been waiting. I have been learning how to deal with myself. Things didn't go exactly how I planned. Obviously, I lost. And I wanted to get right back in there. I wanted to that's awkward.
Who's that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. Is it Ali?
Do you really want to know?
Can you put him on?
No.
Okay.
It's my sister from prison.
What? You're kidding. Do you need to take that?
No.
What?
No, it's okay. She'll call back a couple more times.
What?
Let me see if I can sign it. Yeah.
Wait, is your sister in prison?
Anyway.
Why is your sister in prison?
Rehab.
Okay, for sure.
She's doing really good. I'm really proud of her. We've actually recently reconnected. And she seems to be doing the really hard work. So I'm supporting her and I'm there for her how I can be. And, I love her unconditionally, no matter what, forever. But some walks you got to take alone. So I'm just praying for her.
I wish her the best.
Thank you. I probably shouldn't have shared on live.
No.
I feel really shitty now.
No, we were comfortable. We tell each other things. This is what we do.
I know. It's because I'm so comfortable with you that I just act like I'm talking to a friend and then I forget that there are fucking people listening and I just aired. Anyways, so I wanted to fight again right away. I wanted to be in the season. I wanted to go. And that didn't happen. God said, wait. I have been doing 2-a-days since I was 12 years old. I have had a tournament, world championships and Olympics, this, that. I made my first Olympic trials when I was 14. I moved to Boston when I was 16. I won the Olympics when I was 22. I made my first world team when I was 18. I won the junior worlds when I was 18. I won the senior worlds when I was 20. I have been go my entire life. And I've never just sat with myself and gotten really still and figured out who the fuck I am if I don't have something to do. Can I be okay with myself? What if I broke my neck tomorrow and I can't do this? Am I going to be able to have peace? Am I going to be able to be okay as a human being, as a mother, as a daughter, as a sister? I had to do that. I had to sit down and get still and be with myself. And man, it helped. It helped.
So you just said something that was really interesting. You said you wanted to be in the season. So did you ask to go back in the tournament and did they say no?
I don't know exactly what happened who said what. I just said I said, let's go, so. And then I was told that's not going to happen. And I said, okay. And
did you ask why?
That was when I think that I think that my time in the season is kind of done, I guess.
Okay. What was it like for you to watch an entire season play out? PFL event, and not be able to partake?
Brutal.
Did you not watch?
That part sucked. I didn't watch very much.
But you're aware of it, right? It's all around you. You live in this world, so it's hard to ignore it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. I mean, my teammates fight. My teammates are, of course. This was more just I kind of decided to. You can look at the world in one of two ways, right? You can say, oh my God, it's raining. Fuck. There's going to be traffic on the way to pick up my kids. And then they're going to be complaining because the internet is down and it's going to be terrible. Or you can say, oh my gosh, it's, I rain. And now I'm going to listen to some really nice music in the car on the way to pick up the kids. And then maybe we can go find a puddle and play, like whatever. I just decided to say like, fuck it. I'm going to take this time and use it to my benefit. And make no mistake, like I've been in the gym every day. You can call anybody at the gym. You can ask anyone. Like for 10 months, Kayla's head has been down and Kayla has been working on her craft and working on her soul. And I'm back, but different. Same, but better.
Okay. That is great to hear. One last thing on the layoff. Would it have been easier to go through this 10-month period coming off a win? Did it make it worse because you're sitting on your first pro loss?
I think that everything happened exactly how it was supposed to happen. I think that had I come off this on a win, maybe I wouldn't have trained as hard. Maybe I wouldn't have been, I maybe would have been eating more bonbons and, I would have felt like, oh, my life's not in shambles. Like I'm good the way I am. And I wouldn't have continued to work on myself or grow or, it's at our lowest moments that we are catapulted to. Was supposed to, and a lot of things have changed. I'm cutting down to 145. So it's good that I've been staying hungry, staying disciplined, doing the work. It's like when you go in, like, I love these fighters, like when they go into camp, like I don't have to do anything except like make the weight. Like I've been getting better every single day. I've been working. I've been very intentional with my training. I've been focusing on certain things. Like there's no like, oh shit, it's time to cram for the test. Like, no, I'm fucking ready. I'm ready for everyone. All I have to do is lose 10 pounds, like 15, 15. That's it. It's time. Like, let's go.
Okay. So this is fascinating. 145. I believe you've only fought at 145 once before. That was an Invicta, right? This fight against Julia Budd is featherweight. Why at 145?
That's the weight class now.
Okay.
No more Kayla, no more 155. Just making all kinds of changes.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like this is a one-off, right? So did you say, hey, let's just do 50? Like, what is the point? Unless you wanted 45, are you trying to tell us something? Are they trying to tell you something?
I didn't ask for 45. I didn't ask for 45, but I didn't ask for 55. I asked for a fight.
Okay. So. This is what they gave you.
I'm cool with it.
Are you comfortable cutting to 45?
Yeah. We're about to find out.
Is this a pit stop to 35?
I gotta fight Julia Budd on November 24th, Black Friday. I gotta go out there and put on a show, and we'll see what happens.
But you're not closing that door. Would it be fair to say you're open to it? You're thinking about it?
I don't close any doors anymore. I don't close doors. People can close doors on me, but I'm not going to close any doors.
Okay. You're open to it.
I'm open to, like, I'm not, yeah. I mean, I'm just putting one foot in front of the other, and I'm going to see where I end up.
Was there a chance that you wouldn't be on this card, or did they have to give you one fight this season?
I am not going to talk about contract stuff.
Okay, fair enough. How did you feel when you got this opportunity? And how long have you known about this?
It hasn't been very long, just I would say like a couple weeks maybe, but oh my God. I mean, I'm annoying enough as it is at the gym. Like I'm always like wooing and like, let's go. Last one's the best one. Like I'm that guy at the gym, but I walked in like the day that Ali called me and told me I had a fight, and I basically like ripped my shirt open, and I was like, I'm back. Let's fucking go. And like I made everyone I was like, everybody stop. I have an announcement. Like, like just world champions training. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. I have something to say.
And they're like, that's it? You got to fight? Wow, congrats. So you were obviously...
Yeah, they're like...
Did you like the opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Whatever.
Okay, like I didn't.
She's respectable.
Yeah, no, I mean she's a name. She's fought in Bellator. She's had a nice run. I just didn't know if you had a perfect scenario. Like, I would imagine maybe the perfect scenario would be Larissa, but she's involved in the tournament, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm no longer in the business of like trying to control things that are out of my control. Like, I could say I'd love to fight King Kong, but that's not in my control. I can say I'd love to fight Amanda. I can say I'd love to fight Cyborg. I can say I'd love to fight Larissa, but like these things are not in my control. So I'm not going to I'm just going to show up and do what I do. And the rest will work itself out. Like, that's it.
Do you feel like you have a point to prove on November 24th?
I feel like I just feel a lot of gratitude. I just feel like I wasn't sure if I was going to get to fight this year or not fight this year, retire. Like, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure what the hell was going to happen. And so I'm very grateful that I get the opportunity to do what I love in front of the world and put it all on the line. Like, that's, to me, this is my greatest gift. Like, this is what I was put on this earth to do, like, to be a warrior, to fucking go out there and shine. And so I'm just grateful. I'm so excited. I'm happy.
How seriously did you consider retirement?
I mean, I didn't want to retire, but some of my, advisors were like, well, if you don't fight, like, it's just time to wrap, you're 33 and I just said, no, I said, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. I thought about it for a little bit, like, from their perspective and in their defense, it's really like, you have nothing to prove. You've done enough. Like, you can rest now, Kayla. Like, you don't, how much money do you need? How much, like, you don't need to do anything else. You're fine. But that's just not who I am. And that's not what I want. And it's my life. And I don't want to be done. Like, I love what I do. I have a zest, a passion, a burning desire within me to, I climbed those mountains in judo and I want to climb these mountains in MMA. Like, I didn't get in this sport to half-ass it and to like, I didn't even get in it to make money. Like, obviously that happened and I'm super grateful for it. But I came in here because I want to push myself to my absolute limits every single day.
Will this be your final PFL fight?
I don't know.
Is there a chance?
There's a chance that, a meteor strikes.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about, meteor strike? It's kind of a yes or no. I mean, like, is it the last one? Is it not the last one?
I don't know. Like, obviously I love the PFL. I'm very grateful for everything that I feel like we built together, like this is a responsibility and a job that I don't take lightly. Like, I'm their only homegrown, as of right now, big, not big. I can't, that sounds so cocky, but like, name.
Yeah.
And for a long time, you look at a lot of fighters who they've brought over or who've had success, but then lost. And like, to carry that banner for 15 fights and remain pretty much untouched was not an easy thing to do. And I did it really well. And I did it with class and I did it my way. And I made them look really good. And I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of what we've built. I'm proud of like ESPN. I mean, like, I'm just proud of everything that's happened. And the PFL is starting this whole women's promotion and like pushing female fighting forward and giving fighters an opportunity to create their own destiny. Like, to me, that is what sport is about. I know that this is an entertainment as well. And that's the part that I struggle with. But to go out, to perform your very best and to be rewarded for it is what I grew up with. So for me, that was the best. That is the best way to have fights. And I've loved every minute of it. I'm grateful for every single minute of it. And that includes the loss. That includes the, you know, drama. That includes the chaos. Like, I'm grateful for every single minute that I've had with this promotion and on this journey in this sport. Like, it's the best. Dude, how many people do you know that get to do what they love every single day? And like, I mean, yeah, man, I hit the lottery.
Barring anything crazy happening in the next month or so, it sounds like PFL is going to purchase Bellator. Does that reality interest you, being a part of this new, you know, number two, if you like a true blue number two, they're coming together going into next year, and who knows even where PFL is going to be, their TV deals up. I mean, there's a lot that can happen between now and next year. Does this interest you? Or you've been open about fighting the best. You know, there was some flirtation, if you will, with the UFC. Do you feel like it's time, regardless of a merger, to explore that if you can?
Yeah, I think that those are both possibilities in the future. You know, I think that I haven't been paying super close attention to the news with PFL and Bellator, and I haven't been asking. I'm keeping my, you know, I'm just keeping my head down and doing my job and trusting that it'll all work out the way it's supposed to work out. You know, like, this is the part where, again, like, I'm not gonna, what the hell is the point, Ariel, of me sitting here thinking like, well, are they going to buy him or aren't they going to buy him? And am I going to fight her? Am I not gonna fight her? And am I going to go here? Am I going to go? Like, it's just such a waste of time. And I'm just not interested anymore. Like, it's going to be what it's going to be. And I'm going to be ready for whatever that is.
I get it. And I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask you a question now, not about you, but I'm just curious about your take. What did you think? How do you feel about Amanda Nunes retiring?
Oh, yeah, I was bummed. I mean, I'm happy for her, but like, selfishly, I was, you know, like, my timing in MMA is not the best.
No, it's fine. I mean, there always has to be someone. You are that person. There's always going to be a new guard. Do you think she comes back?
For sure.
Do you think she'd come back, or do you think she's actually really done?
I mean, she could. There's nothing stopping her.
Yeah, no. But what do you think? Because, you know, everyone, I mean, it's very common to retire in MMA and or combat sports and come back, right? So.
No, I think that she'll only come back if it really, really interests her. She doesn't need the money. Her and Nina are smart, you know, and like, only if she has the desire to, will she? But she doesn't. She's not going to ever be like, I got to fight, you know. I don't see it happening, especially now that they have another baby on the way. Like, whew, 2 babies changes the game.
Can I offer you some advice? I know you probably thought of this already because you're actually a closet pro wrestling fan and you love the entertainment side of things, even though you claim to not. It's always those that claim they don't actually love it.
Is this a work? Is that what we call this?
No, this is a shoot right here, brother. This is a shoot, all right?
Shoot.
Yes.
All right, brother.
October 7th, you need to go to San Diego, tell Lambert to fire up the jet, sit in the front row with a PFL t-shirt on, watch Chris Cyborg Katzengano, and then the winner of that fight, you walk into the cage, you get on the microphone and say, hey, I have some business to take care of on November 24th. I'll see your bum asses next year when we go after the UFC. We're going to determine who's the best in the world at 145, and then we're coming for all your 135-pound asses, all right?
Go, Ariel!
All right, let's go!
All right!
Come on!
Let's go! Yeah, I don't even, like, the only reason I'm going to let Dan manage me is because he's got a jet. Do you have a jet yet?
I got nothing. I have absolutely, that room that he has in his house with the belts is bigger than my entire house. So, like, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got some work to do.
Well, let's go. Get on it, kid, because that was funny. Are you going to be upset if I steal that line for line, word for word, like shtick for shtick? Will you be offended or will you be honored?
Nothing would make me happier or prouder. Some of the greatest promos in the history of the sport have come from this brain. People just don't know it yet. I'm going to tell everyone when I write my tell-all.
I know it, Ariel.
Highway to Hiawani is coming out in probably 2035 or so, and I will expose all of this shit. But for you, I like to tell the world, you know, what you need to do because you're sometimes a little bit reluctant.
I can't wait to read that book.
It's going to be great, right?
You better make sure you're like close to your deathbed before you air that.
Why? I have a lot of nice things to say about a lot of great people.
You got a lot of enemies, and you got a lot of frenemies too.
and dare I say friends as well? Would you not say? I mean, such as yourself.
Oh, absolutely. You are beloved amongst the people.
Chapter 14, Dominance MMA. I'm kidding, Kayla. Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say that? Why?
You just can't help yourself. You really can't. You can't help it. It's like every time we almost do like a whole interview, and I'm like, oh shit, we're gonna make it.
We're gonna make it
this time. We're gonna do it. You can't help it.
I'm so happy you're back, though. I mean, this is pay-per-view, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
I think
it is.
Yes.
And let's be honest.
If it's pay-per-view, then that should be lots of elbows.
Oh yeah, hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna talk to somebody.
And it's a one-off. It's not like it's a part of a tournament. Who cares if someone gets cut? Yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, we ain't fighting for $1 million. Well, anyways.
What a flex. That was a flex right there. That was tremendous. No wonder they don't have you in the tournament. That is incredible.
I gotta go. I'm
right.
getting in trouble.
Okay.
Shit to my friend. Not really my friend, and we're live, and then I'm gonna be like getting these phone calls.
No. This is great.
You're
back. You're back. She's freaking back. The Queen is back. November 24th, Washington, D.C. pay-per-view. Let's go. The redemption tour, the comeback is going to be greater than the setback, as they say. Y'all must have forgot who the 2-time Olympic gold medalist is, all right? And we're about to freaking. And you know what? You know I'm Canadian, Kayla.
Can you introduce me in the cage, Ariel? Like, I just feel like that would
tell
be
PFL.
like,
can I walk you out? Can I walk you out?
You want to?
Can you imagine I walk out with holding the 2 gold medals? You know, like in boxing when I'd be like, this is the real
like
champ.
how they make it like a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ask PFL. I'll be there.
I'll definitely give you the gold medals because I don't think those flimsy arms could hold the 2 belts.
Wow.
So.
Look at this. I've been working out, Kayla. I've been working out.
You're going to do some Hiwani boxing?
Yes.
You're going to show us what's up?
Welcome back. So great to have you back.
Have a great
Thank you.
day.
Okay, take care.
Love you.
Bye-bye. There she is, Kayla Harrison.
Bye.
There she is. Bye-bye. The great Kayla Harrison is back. What a time. November 24th. Let's see here. November the 24th. That's on pay-per-view. ESPN Plus pay-per-view. Guys, I'm hyped. Frank, you going to go to that card? I know you're a big Kayla stan.
Yeah, I'm planning on it. You know, Black Friday. Should be fun. DC. I'm guessing you're not going to be there.
Well, I may walk her out. I don't know if you heard the news, but
now you have to.
I may walk her out.
Me and Frank got serious plans back here.
What do you got?
We might actually try to go to that.
Oh, serious?
We were there last year. My brother lives in D.C., so I got a place to stay.
Are you okay with it being... Wait, November 24th is Black Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay? Oh, that's right. 25th is Katie Chantal Cameron, too, in Dublin. But that's Saturday. What are you guys going to do? Friendsgiving in D.C., maybe?
I don't know. Got to nail those down. Maybe just get up the morning of.
It's only like a 4-hour drive, right?
Train.
It's a doable drive.
Yeah.
Train it, too. Love trains.
Choo-choo.
How long is the
train? There's a thing called the Jet. That's a bus. All you can eat and drink bus.
Okay.
Say less.
All you can eat bus? That's kind of gross. What if you need the bathroom?
I mean,
is there a bathroom?
Probably
on the
a
bus?
bathroom as well.
Yeah, it's a luxury bus.
One of
only
those.
a select amount of seats, all black leather. Yeah, it's called the Jet. Maybe we'll take the Jet down there.
New York weekend too?
We'll hit them up, see what's good with them.
Can't be bothered.
We were there last year. It was a great night last year.
Was Rick there?
I actually can't remember if he was there.
He was there
not.
last year.
I don't think he was there. Maybe he was.
November of last year, yeah.
I mean, that was Frank's night of misery.
Yeah.
What a day.
That
was the same day as USA England, right?
Yeah. Great day.
Fuck.
Great day.
Kayla Harrison is freaking jacked. See when she went like that? It was like looking in the mirror.
Yeah, it's insane. So strong, she broke the audio connection a couple times.
Yeah. New York Rick actually got us tickets, he says. Did he get us tickets? I thought I did.
Yes, he sat right next to us.
Wasn't it Savage that got it
You
for us?
weren't there.
No, I wasn't. Because that was USA England, World Cup action. right? Remember that day?
Yes. I remember this because Frank bailed on me when I was on the way to the Team USA bar.
Metroid 2.
Metroid 2.
What year did that come out in? 1983?
1991.
What is Metroid 2?
The game that he played instead of meeting up with me.
Wow, you played a video game instead of watching USA England World Cup?
I got invested.
You got what?
Okay, look, I screwed up. I blanked out. Let's move on.
Metroid 2. Is that
not the first time, not the last time.
By the way, is Metroid 2 as good as Starfield?
Oh, man.
Shout out.
No shot.
Yeah. What's better?
Metroid 2.
Wow.
Sure.
Wow. No love for Starfield, eh?
We're gonna talk
when they released Metroid 2, it wasn't like full of bugs.
Wow.
Was that on Atari?
No, on the Game Boy.
Wow, that was a bit of a diss on Starfield, huh? Full of bugs.
Yeah.
And when you say that, you don't mean like you opened it,
like it's become synonymous
was, like, cockroaches, right?
with that developer that they deliver a product that has bugs, and they're like, "Oh, it gives it charm. It's whimsical." I'm like, no.
You don't play that.
I don't play that. Finish the game, then release it.
By the way, who would say that bugs are charming?
Because it's become so much a part of what they develop that they think it's like a characteristic. You're making excuses.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I wonder what the line will be in that fight. Probably Kayla Harrison favorite, right? I mean, she should be the favorite going into that fight.
I can assure you she will be the favorite.
It's going to be interesting. By November 24th, do we know about Bellator's next TV deal? Do we know about the merger? Do we know if they have officially purchased? Is like there was once a time 2001 WrestleMania X7, and they had WrestleMania, and then they did this shot in the Houston Astrodome, and everyone was in a suite, and it was all the WCW guys that they had just brought over because they had just purchased it like 2 weeks before, maybe even a week before. Imagine they do that, and they're like, oh, who's here in attendance? Is that AJ McKee? Is that Yaroslav Amosov? Is that Sergio Pettis? Oh my God, it's an invasion. I mean, we could have fun with this. They better play this up. I hope they don't just roll it all into one. You know what I mean? Like you gotta play this up. Make it into a thing. Make it Bellator versus PFL. I said it. Make next season 10 fighters per weight class, 5 Bellator, 5 PFL. And then have them walk out with the shirts like they do on Survivor Series with Raw versus SmackDown. I'm allowed to say all these things, by the way, and none of you are allowed to roll your eyes because WWE and UFC are under the same umbrella. So you can't tell me anymore that there's no connection between the two. Dricus Du Plessis, by the way, is about to join us in 2 minutes, according to his great manager, Danny Rubenstein. So stay tuned for that. Still to come, Eric Nicksick. Let's tell Eric maybe 10 minutes late, if you guys don't mind, because of this. And Sergio Pettis still to come. Have some news to break at the 3 o'clock hour. Well, now it'll probably be a little bit later than that. We have some news to break. I can't wait for that. Then we have Chris Eubank Jr. coming on the program for the first time, coming off that huge win over Liam Smith just a couple of weeks ago in Manchester at the Manchester Arena, site of the Dylan Dennis, Logan Paul mega fight. Robert Whittaker still to come. Did you guys see the Dylan Dennis, Logan Paul face-to-face that came out? Crazy amount of views.
Yeah, I still haven't watched the whole thing yet. Seen some highlights of it, though.
Saw some people saying Dylan won.
I don't know. I can't speak on it. I didn't see the whole thing yet.
But from what you saw?
I'm seeing Splitsville. Some people saying Logan, some people saying Dylan.
Captivating?
Again, as I said, I haven't seen the whole thing.
I mean,
yet.
but if you saw 5 minutes, you could say it's captivating or not captivating. Were you into it? Were you like, I gotta continue, or this is boring?
No. When I say I saw highlights, like I literally just saw it on the time.
Oh, got it.
I haven't even pulled up the YouTube video yet. I'm taking your word that it has a lot of views.
Oh, last I saw, it had in less than 24 hours, like 2 million views.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big business over there in Manchester.
See, in this case, that's a co-main event. You understand?
I've understood the entire time.
Okay.
The tier system is not lost on me.
Actually,
Can we run through it again, though?
One could argue that it's now become more
like co-headliner.
No. Yeah. Actually, yes. That's a great point. Thank you for that. But one could argue that it's actually become more anticipated than the main event itself, which is a rare turn of events.
For sure. I mean, I think that's what people are going to be tuning in for. I think social is going to be blowing up during that fight.
That's the one that has broken through.
I think something crazy is going to happen too. That's just going to go incredibly viral.
Like the fight doesn't happen, or something crazy in the fight.
Like in the fight, I think something crazy is going to happen. Odds came out. Logan Paul minus 500 last night.
Whoa, that's not on who shows up, right? That's just the fight.
Do I have to? I have to give a quick shout out here.
Yes.
While we wait for DDP to come, Chris Severson, we have the video here. Tuning in from a very special location.
Wow, I love this. Oh, is that what this was?
Yes, look at this from the tractor.
Wow.
We're doing work, and there we are.
My man.
I mean, that is...
Wow. Shout out, Chris. Where is this? Iowa? Nebraska?
In the tractor, ready for the MMA hour.
Fucking hell, what a legend this guy.
And the Parlay boys tagged Juliana Pena.
Wow. That is tremendous work. Well done.
You want to come back?
Yeah, shout out to Chris.
Do I want to come back? Hell no.
Yeah.
Life has been infinitely better. You know how Kayla talks about life, over the past 10 months not fighting? That's me.
Yeah.
But just no depression. That's pretty impressive. Was that an iPad on the tractor?
Yeah, I think so.
That was
and
a
I
Microsoft
guess
Surface.
Oh, that was
in the top
Microsoft
left.
Surface. Wow, nice.
Look at that.
Good call. I mean, look at that Wi-Fi though. I mean, it looks like we're cruising.
Or it could just be LTE, no?
Could be LTE. Yeah. You can get these with the what do they call it?
I would have no idea what to do on that thing. If you told me like, hey, drive this thing and fix up the crops, I would be like, what? I would have. Would any of you have any idea what to do?
No.
Never played like Farmer Simulator on the PC, so you can learn these things?
No.
I've been too busy playing Starfield.
Yeah, or trying to get it to work.
What are the chances, by the way? Do we have DDP?
Still,
we will let you know.
No, I just wanted to know when I said, what are the chances that that he's punking us and he doesn't show up?
Can we get the live odds on that?
That felt like a fake laugh.
No, I mean it was more of like a nervous,
I was gonna say I'm actually getting a little bit nervous. I think he's gonna be here.
Nah, he'll be here. He's always been a mensch. But we shall see. We shall see. So that's still to come. DDP is coming. Like I said, Eric Nicksick, Sergio Pettis. Some breaking news prior to that. Chris Eubank Jr., Robert Whittaker, still to come. Let me tell you about our good friends over at DraftKings as we are waiting. They say 2 minutes, but let's see. Football is back in full swing with another week of epic games. And who's got you covered on the action for every single one of them? DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League. New customers can bet $5 on football and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Nobody's missing out on the action this season. All DraftKings customers can take advantage of two new offers every game day this September. And if you're wondering why I'm not referencing what happened on Monday, there's a reason for that. We will never talk about what happened on Monday.
Fair enough.
Get in on the NFL Week 2 action with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app now and use code the MMA Hour to sign up. New customers can bet just $5 and take home $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA Hour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts. In Kansas, 21 and older, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility terms and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Obviously, focusing on football here, but massive UFC event this past Saturday, but also this coming Saturday, which you should probably get in on. Noche UFC at the T-Mobile Arena. You've got Alexa Grasso against Valentina Shevchenko. Also, the very, very interesting JDM, Jack Della Maddalena, Versus Kevin Holland fight, Yasmin Yesadavicius against Tracy Cortez. They've done a really great job with this card, Mexican Independence Day weekend, building it up and having it essentially, except for I think 2 fights that we may have counted, maybe 3 tops, it's all essentially, Mexico versus the world, which I think is a fantastic idea. I think they should do that for July 4th and July 1st and St. Patrick's Day and Bastille Day. Like, go all in. I think that would be fascinating. So please support them because they support us. I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. Very thankful that he is on the program. We certainly have a lot to talk to him about considering what happened this past Saturday night, Sunday morning in Sydney, after Sean Strickland beat Israel Adesanya to become the brand new undisputed UFC middleweight champion. It's still a crazy thing to say, but it is in fact true. One man who I'm sure was watching very closely, who will have a lot to say about all of this, is Dricus Du Plessis. He's kind enough to join us right now via the magic of Zoom. Dricus, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Only a pleasure, man. Thanks for having me.
It is good to have you, and I do really appreciate you coming on the show. Obviously, a lot has happened over the last few months, so I think says a lot about you that you would come on to talk about everything going on in your career, and I am very interested to hear what you have to say about everything that has happened over the last couple months or so. First, can I ask you, because we didn't talk to you after July 8th, the win over Robert Whittaker on July 8th, when you left the cage that night, did you feel in your heart your next fight would be for the middleweight title? Had someone told you that? Did someone say to you, was it in writing? Like, did you feel like there's nothing I need to do at this point because I just beat Robert Whittaker? What were you thinking as you left the cage that night?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did a face-off.
Right.
The champion got in there. So it was set in stone. I am the number 1 contender in the world. So for me, it was basically set in stone. For me, even the backstage, we already spoke about it, going to Australia, what the arrangements were going to be, and with the powers at be. So, it was basically a done deal. But, I said it even at the presser. I said, if I'm medically able to, that's the fight I'm going to take. And, Chael Sonnen said something stupid or ridiculous, like, Dricus wasn't even limping when he was walking out the cage. What a dumb thing to say. With all that adrenaline in your body, you just knocked out Whittaker, just faced off with Israel Adesanya. You think I'm going to walk with a limp? I don't know what kind of man you are, but I'll fake that limp every day.
In your defense, Chael does say a lot of stupid things. So I didn't hear him say that, but not surprised. He has said stupid things, even about me. So I can understand where you're.
I can't blame him too.
I appreciate that. Well played. Well played. So when you walked out, was there? Because I said, if I'm being honest, I was like, in the history of the UFC, no one turns around on 2 months' notice. No, it just doesn't happen. It's just like you don't fight a guy like Robert Whittaker and then fight for the belt 2 months later. It just doesn't happen. I don't know of one example of this. I mean, there's been some crazy times, but like for the most part, it doesn't happen. Was there any part of you that's like, hey, the timeline isn't exactly matching up here. What are we going to do?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it, and obviously we as a team, me and my coaches, my teammates, the whole team, we realized, listen, this is going to be a tough one. We're going to have to make this. Listen, and then obviously a lot of people said, listen, is there a part of you that's going to take the fight camp and take in consideration that you have to fight in 7 weeks when you're fighting Robert Whittaker? And I thought about it and I said, listen, that's not even possible. Fighting Robert Whittaker at maybe 70%, so I don't, injure myself or use all of my, I don't know what, because I have to take in consideration. No, if I'm fighting Robert Whittaker, you need to fight at 110%, and that's what I did. My whole fight camp, and unfortunately, I had a great fight camp, but unfortunately I got injured. I think it was 19 or 18 days, exactly the day before we flew out. I injured my foot. It was my last session at the gym. And, I injured myself. And, didn't kick with the foot once. Everybody at the PI, all the PT, all the physios, everybody at the PI, I was there. They were working on foot every day while I was in Vegas before the Whittaker fight. And, adrenaline pulled me through, 3 weeks from a fight. Well, I mean, when I arrived, 17 days from a fight, all the hard work's done. I'm already fit, already ready to fight. And I didn't even kick with that foot in the warm-up. The first time I kicked with that foot was in that fight. And if you notice, the first thing I did when the ref said fight, the first strike thrown in that fight was me kicking with that exact foot to get that mental block over. And I felt the foot, and I felt, adrenaline's got me. I'll be good.
So when either you, your team, your coach or manager, whomever relayed to the UFC that September 9th, September 10th wasn't going to happen, did anyone say in return, well, now you're not going to be fighting for the belt next? Was that ever said to you guys as a result of you not being healthy enough to fight at 293?
Not at all. No. Nobody said anything that, no.
Did you fear that would happen by not fighting on the card?
I guess I thought about it, but I didn't really fear it. I thought, well, this is the fight camp. People get injured all the time. People get injured. I just went through one hell of a camp. I just fought 3 times in 7 months. 3 times in 7 months. That's a tall order. I fought Darren Till, Derek Brunson, and Robert Whittaker in 7 months. That's tough on the body. And so I honestly thought my commitment towards the company and my commitment to take fights, when the UFC called and said we want to do Whittaker fight, who would take that fight? Everybody said how dumb I was to take that fight because the easy fight could have been made. And I said, I'm not here to be smart. I'm here to fight. And I took that fight without any hesitation. So that was kind of my almost my saving grace is, I'm injured. What do you want from me? There's nothing I can do about it.
So there was no part of you that was like, why am I even taking this fight? I thought, after the Miami event, it seemed like you would be next, right? Was there any part of you saying like, why don't we just skip this and go straight to Sydney and both of you be healthy and there's your main event? Easy as can be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that, not fighting the Whittaker fight probably would have given me a title fight. But like I said, I wanted to beat Whittaker. I didn't want the title fight because of some hype, because some made up, like some ridiculous stories. I wanted to be the number 1 contender because I deserve to be the number 1 contender. And I didn't want to beat a number 4 guy, a number 5 guy, number 2 guy, a number 4 guy, number 3 guy, and then get a title shot. I wanted to beat number 1 to earn my spot at number 1.
That is fair. So this week, I understand where you're coming from, but if you kind of like read between the lines, a couple times in his media availabilities, it seemed like Dana was talking about you and saying like, this is why you don't turn down fights. Do you feel the same? He never said you by name. I think someone asked him about you, but he never specifically said, so it is possible that he could be like, no, I'm just talking in generalities. But did you feel like he was talking about you when speaking like this? And do you feel like there's a part of him that's upset that you didn't take this fight?
Yeah. I think he was talking about me, and I think now, they have Sean Strickland as a champion.
What do you mean? Do you think that's like, do you think they're upset about that?
I would assume so.
You don't think this is what they wanted?
No, I don't think that's what they expected.
Sure.
If they, whether they wanted it or not, I don't think they expected it. It's a fight game. Anything can happen. And I'm purely speculating here. But I honestly don't think they thought Strickland could win this fight, because I know myself and the rest of the world probably also didn't think so.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, did you think he had a chance?
No.
Okay.
I gave him less than 1%. That was a direct quote from me to some people.
What were you thinking as you were watching on Saturday night, Sunday morning, that fight unfold?
The first thing I thought, in the first round, even before the fight started, I told everybody, I said, Izzy looks off. So you have to know that I get obsessed when I'm about to fight somebody. So, I've been studying Izzy for a very, very long time, and I know his mannerisms. I know the way he moves. I know the way he looks. I know his facial expressions. I know everything he does when he walks out. I know everything he does when he gets into the cage, the way he looks, his eyes, everything. And I told him, even before the fight started, I said, Izzy looks weird. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a extra motivation or if it's, I don't know, but it's different. Something's weird. And when the fight started, not even a minute in, I said, Izzy looks he looks off. I said he looks off. And there's some people saying it was just Sean Strickland shutting him down. That's not the fact of the matter. Izzy didn't fight the way that Izzy can fight. He didn't. That was the worst Izzy we've ever seen in the cage.
What would happen in your opinion if that exact Izzy fought you on Saturday?
He wouldn't have gotten up after that flurry when Strickland dropped it.
So it would have ended in the first.
100%.
And so
100%. If I fought that version of Israel Adesanya, that fight, do you think Robert Whittaker would have beaten that version of Adesanya? Yes. That fight went a round and a half with me and Whittaker. There's no way we would have seen the second round.
So there are some people. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. But Sean Strickland, I have to add this. I'm not taking away from him, because stepping up to a big opportunity like the way he did, you got to respect that. The pressure, the traveling, everything, going to almost enemy ground, getting there, taking and talking so much, and going out there and doing it. I don't think people understand the pressure that he had on him. What it takes, especially a big fight like Adesanya, going out there and as a number 5 ranked guy. I have to respect that as a what do you say? As another fighter to a fighter, I have to respect that. He went out there and he fought exactly the way Sean Strickland fought. He didn't do anything special. He fought the way he fights, and he did it extremely well.
Was there anything that he did from a technical standpoint that impressed you?
Yes, the way he checked low kicks was very impressive. Izzy, that's a big weapon for Izzy, and Strickland really shut a lot of a lot of Izzy down by checking that low. Izzy couldn't catch you with the low kicks, and that was something that I was really impressed by. And the fact that no matter what, he maintained the forward pressure, and that was really impressive.
But ultimately, would it be fair to say, there's some people who say, oh, that was all Sean negated him. And then there are others who are like, that was more Izzy not doing enough, Izzy not being himself. Do you side with the theory that Izzy didn't show up, like Izzy on his best day beats Sean on his best day? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Okay.
But, it's not about that. It's about who shows up on the night. And that's unfortunately our sport. And Sean Strickland showed up on the night, and he deserves every single little bit of credit that he's receiving. He deserves that. And Izzy didn't show up on the night. And unfortunately, in this game, you have to make sure that even on your worst night, you are better than some people on their best.
Was that a bad result for Dricus Du Plessis? In other words, Izzy wins the fight. I think the whole world thought, all right, there it is. They're just going to go back to you. But now this has shaken up everything, right? There's the immediate rematch. There's Khamzat and Paulo. Jared is the backup guy over there. There's literally 4 or 5 cases to be made. For the record, even before I knew you were coming on the show on Monday, I said I thought you should be first because you beat Robert Whittaker. Your ticket should be stamped. You're the number 1 contender. So I just want to repeat that. I'm sure you didn't see it, but that's what I said. Did you feel as though the result on Saturday ruined your chances or hurt your chances to get that title shot?
No. I think it made things interesting because the UFC is a little bit cross with me, maybe. They're a little bit pissed off because I turned down the fight, which is totally unjustified, I think. But, at the end of the day, it's not my decision to make. Did it hurt the stock? Not at all. People have been talking about me this whole time after that fight. Like, who's getting this out? So great. So the Khamzat Costa, obviously, if they are favorites, I get that. But, Costa is ranked number 5 or 6. Khamzat not even in the rankings. So I don't see how that makes sense. Cannonier makes more sense than Khamzat and Costa's winner. And then, of course, there's one guy with the number 1 next to his name, the guy that beat Robert Whittaker, and that's me. And the way I see this is I'm fighting Sean Strickland, I'm beating him, and the rematch is going to happen, but the roles will be reversed. I'll be the champion, and Izzy will be the challenger.
What a crazy turn of events that would be. And so, and just curious, is there any part of you that, like, Dana alluded to this, but then on Tuesday kind of clarified his stance? The one that we didn't bring up is the immediate rematch. How would you feel if they give Izzy the immediate rematch?
Yeah, I would think that is probably the worst option. I think that's, a rematch against Pereira was totally justified. He was winning a fight. He was on how many years he was champion. He was chasing GOAT status. 100% justified. But right now, he's 3-2 his last 5. And a title fight. This was his first defense as champion, becoming a 2-time champion. So are we giving everybody a instant rematch if they lose their belt on their first try to defend it? Not fair. And, if he was winning the fight like he was winning with the Pereira fight, the whole fight, and then got clipped at the end, a rematch may be justified. But if you got dominated for 5 rounds, that's not justifiable to get. The UFC, they've been talking about how everybody knew the problem in the middleweight division. Izzy has run through the whole division. Some people twice. Now they have the opportunity. The division is open. You gave him the benefit of the doubt. You gave him his get out of jail card by giving him a rematch against Pereira. You don't get 2 of those. Mm-hmm. The division is open now, and it's, right now he needs to, just like the rest, earn his spot to fight for that belt again.
We were debating this on Monday, like what would you choose? So now I can ask you the question, like what's a bigger fight? Because obviously it's heated between you and Izzy, right? There's something there that needs to be resolved. But then you have the belt. I don't think there's much of an issue, a personal issue between you and Sean, but the belt is the belt, and that's, the golden ticket. So if presented, what excites you more? What interests you more? A non-title fight versus Izzy?
The belt.
Okay.
The belt's what interests me. The belt's what interests me, and after that we can do the easy fight. Right now, Sean Strickland has the gold, and I want to fight Israel Adesanya, but not as bad as I want to fight for the belt. So I'll make the promise that when I win that belt, he'll be the first defense, 100%. But right now, Israel Adesanya is irrelevant to me. Right now, the guy with the title is irrelevant. All my focus is on the guy with the title. And that's the guy I want to fight next.
And just curious, I know a lot has to happen between now and then, but in your opinion, does Izzy have to win a fight before getting another title shot? Like you say that you will defend it against him, but
well, if I'm the champion, I wouldn't mind. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
He can just sit around. He can take some time off. It looks like he needs it, and I'll fight for the title, and he can get an immediate shot because I want to fight him.
So, what kind of conversations have happened between now and this past Saturday? Do you feel like you're in a good spot? Do you feel confident that you are going to be next? How
listen. You probably know more than me. I have no idea. I don't think the UFC has even, cemented something. I think they are also in turmoil of what do we do now? Because there's a lot of options, but a lot of implications with that. So I honestly do not have a clue.
Okay. What happens, just if I can ask, if they say, hey man, we want you to fight Jared, we're going to go with the rematch. What is your response to that?
What can I do?
Maybe you sit out. I don't know. Maybe you say no. I mean, I guess there are a couple things you could do. I don't know what the implications of those decisions would be, but like, would you take it if you?
I mean, we would probably say, look at what the options are. Are they going to do a rematch early, and then 3 months later I'll get my shot, because then it's starting to make sense. But there's a lot of ifs and buts, but up until the UFC makes a decision, that's when I start making my decisions. I can't make any decisions up until they've made theirs. The only thing I can do right now is do my campaign to make sure that they realize that I deserve this title shot. Or not realize, just, the people there has to be a certain level of entertainment to this. So if the people don't want to see me fight for the belt, then there's no use in campaign.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like they do?
Yeah, 100%.
Over a Khamzat Paulo winner, someone like that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Is there any part of you that regrets saying no to September 9th?
Not at all.
Why not?
Not one single part.
I mean, you say you would have beaten him in the first round, right? So when you're watching that, I'm assuming there's a part of you that was saying, like, I would have beaten this guy, right?
Yes. The best Dricus would beat him.
Yeah.
The Dricus that showed up. The Dricus that fights when he's fit and healthy, 100%. I only started kicking 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
So, being a kicker myself against a guy that kicks a lot with an injured foot, not being able to kick, not even being able to wrestle properly because of the foot. So that version of me, that's why we said no, because I knew I was going to be below 60% going into that fight. And going into a fight like that, when you've prepared, when it happens in the middle of camp, that's one thing. But starting your camp that way, that's foolishness.
Was there any part of you that's like, why do we have to do this in 2 months? Like if I'm
100%, yes.
Yeah. And what was the
response?
There
was a part of me that said, well, I didn't ask anything.
Oh, okay.
Now, what am I going to say?
Yeah.
I was just, my coaches, myself, the team, me to myself said, why would they do this? Why would they put all of the Australian stars on a show 7 weeks before? Myself, Volkanovski, Whittaker. Why would you put all these stars on the show 7 weeks before the Australia card?
Dan Hooker did the same with him.
Dan Hooker, exactly. So why would we do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. I still don't even understand why they did that, to be honest.
I do not understand that either. If it was 4 weeks later, 100% understand it. Because if you have 11 or 12 weeks, that makes sense for a turnaround. But 7 weeks, that's it.
So if this was the Abu Dhabi card, you would have been able to take it, the next pay-per-view?
100%. 100%.
Was it hard to watch on Saturday for you?
I guess it was a part of it. That was hard to watch, that wished I was there. There was a big part of me that felt like I should have been there, or I deserve to get that belt. But like I said, there's no part of me that regretting not taking that fight.
What about the decision to not at least be in attendance? Something was made.
Oh, well, geez, man, that's one thing I want to tell to Izzy. Listen, if you knew anything about living in Africa, you would realize what it takes to get a visa to Australia being a South African. It doesn't happen overnight. You don't get a visa in 2-3 weeks. You just don't.
Okay.
And you don't even get a visa in 4 weeks, Shane. It's extremely hard. And you need a good enough reason. So, and what would have happened? I would have gone there and saw him lose. No. It doesn't work like that. For me, like that's what I said. People are like, you should just go to Australia. I'm like, do you know how hard it is for a South African to get a visa to Australia? It's extremely hard.
Did the UFC try? I mean, I know sometimes they can expedite things. Was there any talk of that, or?
No.
Okay. Would you have wanted to be there if you could, if it was easy?
I would have loved to be there.
Right.
Would have loved to be there. Definitely, I would have loved to be there.
So how do you think this story plays out? When do you think you fight again? And who do you think you fight in your next fight?
Listen, what I think and what I want, don't know if it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But in my perfect world, I'm fighting Sean Strickland in December.
Oh wow, that's soon, huh?
And I'll be ready for December, and if possible, and fighting Israel Adesanya, defending my title at UFC 300.
Okay. The fact that you prefaced your answer by saying what I think and what I want are two different things. Is there a part of you that is a little bit worried that it's not going to pan out this way for you?
Yeah, maybe. Right now, it is. There's so many options, and if you have the boss man pushed at you, that's never good.
Right.
Never a good sign.
Is this one where you may want to talk to him? Sometimes that helps. You get on the phone. I know you can't do it face to face, but just to explain your side of things.
Yeah, I would actually love that. If we can make that happen, and
I can put in a call right
situation.
Now. You want me to put in a call right now? I'll go do a little 3-way.
Yeah, man, I would love that. Let's do that.
Come on, Danny, get on the horn, make it happen. That does help, by the way. He has often said that he appreciates when someone makes the effort to try to at least explain their side, as opposed to it coming from a matchmaker or manager. So, I mean, just my 2 cents. Who the hell am I? I'm just a butt licker, right? Kidding, joke.
Yeah.
You got a zing in, I get a zing in.
Well, listen, my man, we can't argue with the facts.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know the facts. I'm talking about the facts of, trying to get in Dana's good graces. But I also know nothing about that as well. This was nice.
Yeah.
This was nice, Dricus. I think this is good. Are we back or what? What do you think?
Oh man, we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
A small step.
We're 1-1 right now.
Can you tell your coach I say hello? I mean, like what? Maybe we can. mend the fences there too. What do you think?
Oh man, I'll give it my best shot. But I mean, you have a better shot at me than him.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I think it says
you, man.
I think it says a lot about you, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate the respectful, cordial conversation. And thank you for coming on. And I do believe that you have earned it and deserve it. And like I said that before I even knew you were coming on the show. So good luck to you, and hopefully for your sake, you get that title shot.
Man, I appreciate you, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. There he is.
Have a good one.
There he is. Dricus Du Plessis joining us from South Africa. See, that was nice, guys.
Super nice.
Couple zingers here and there, but overall, not bad.
Yeah, the zings were good.
All right.
I liked it.
All right. All right. Let's move along now. Thank you to DDP for coming on. And thanks to all the haters who said that we couldn't make this happen. All right. We see you and we love you. Now let's talk about someone who is probably still on cloud nine, or like I said, 12, 11, 13, 14, 16, 17, who knows where he's flying these days. He is the head coach over at Xtreme Couture, the head coach for one Sean Strickland. They shocked the world on Saturday/Sunday. What a time it is to be one. Eric Nicksick, he's kind enough to join us right now. There he is. My man, Eric, how are we feeling? Can you even put it into words? Like, are you still buzzing?
I don't even know where I'm at today, honestly. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what city I'm in, but I know that we got that win on Saturday or Sunday or whatever day it was. So, no, I feel great, man. It's amazing to be on.
Well, thank you for coming on. Congratulations. By the way, you come from that football background. This is akin to a Super Bowl win. When a coach wins the Super Bowl, you come down, you celebrate, you have a few months, it's the draft. You literally have to get right back at is that tough for you? Like, you've got a slew of fighters who are waiting for their moment. Some of them may be fighting this weekend and next. How do you do that?
I love it because it doesn't allow you to, my dad always say, like, don't get fat, meaning like you get complacent, you get a full belly. You want to take a nap. You want to lay down. You want to like read all these good comments and do all this stuff. It's like, man, it forces you to get right back to work and keep your head down and grind. And that's always been our mentality, kind of our motto, the way I operate. So it's nice. You have to turn the page no matter what, win or lose, man. It's the next man up. So you can be riding this high and not give 100% because you're riding a high, and you could be riding a low and coming in and that energy takes it out of you. And now your next fighter feels it. So you get one day to celebrate, man. And it's honest to God truth. You only get one day to celebrate. And then once you're back here, winning doesn't care who did what the week before. It's on to the next.
So, we just spoke to Dricus Du Plessis, and if he was healthy, he would have fought on Saturday against Izzy. And who knows how the story of Sean Strickland would have panned out. I actually want to go like a couple steps back here. There was a moment there where we all thought it was going to be Izzy versus DDP. And then we found out, I remember Izzy put out the video and he's like, DDP's out, Strickland's in. What I was hearing was the UFC was reluctant to book this fight. What I was hearing was they were telling people, we can't in good conscience put Sean Strickland in there against Izzy. We can't sell that fight because people don't believe that he can make this happen. And so it's amazing now to see what transpired. Were you hearing the same, and were you getting frustrated that here we are like a month before UFC 293, they still haven't made it official? I even saw the tweets from Sean, and I was like, this is crazy. It's right there. Make the fight. He's popular. Izzy's popular. Just make it. And what are you thinking regarding the UFC's reluctance to pull the trigger, so to speak, on this fight?
Stay ready. That's all I kept telling him. You know what I mean? Even so, after he beats a boost the way that he did, then there was Whittaker DDP. That was like, I think the only fight I think I've known Sean ever really go to. And he sees, DDP upset Whittaker the way that he did. He texts me, he's like right away, he's like, oh, well, guess I'm waiting for the winner out of so-and-so. I can remember. And I just kept telling him, like, bro, don't even think like that. Stay ready, because you never know how these things turn out. And the last thing in the world we wanted was to waste an opportunity or not be prepared or have some excuse or whatever, mainly just because of just his weight. I wanted to keep his weight down, but his head in the fight. So, things move quickly in the sport. Injuries happen. And these opportunities don't wait for the ill prepared. So when the door knocks, man, you better be ready to kick that door down. And that's all I just kept telling him. So once I saw that Dricus was out, they didn't have a main event. They wanted Izzy on the card. Everything kind of made sense to me in a weird poker way. It's like I felt like we had pocket aces, and we're the ones holding all the cards. In my opinion, that's the way I felt about the situation. So just trying to keep his head in the fight and just, hey, bro, we're going to train and do everything like we have a title fight.
You know, some might say, hey, less time to prepare, less time to overthink. It might be an advantage. Did you feel like, hey, this is good for us? We have a month. Let's go in, balls to the wall. Or did you wish you had more time in retrospect as you were preparing?
No. I mean, this is the fight game. And this is like what makes Sean Strickland so damn great. And here's the other side of that coin. They didn't have enough time to prepare for us, you know? They really didn't. So ultimately, you know, you can have a perfect 8-week camp and everything else, but man, this is the fight game. And, you know, to Sean's credit, we even talk about this all the time in the gym. If somebody broke in your house, you need 8 weeks to get ready to fight this burglar. No, man, we're going to fight. And that's just always been our mentality. So, you know, and I'll tell you, man, like that's the pedigree we have in here. These guys are in the gym day in and day out training, because if that phone rings, we want to make sure that we're prepared to go.
How was he, once you got the call, you're fighting for the belt, how would you describe his mentality, his confidence? Any different? Was he feeling the nerves? Did you have to have pep talks with him? How would you describe how he was feeling leading up to taking off for Sydney?
He was very, very calculated. He was, you know, we had such great training partners already in the gym, but we were able to really fine tune the ones that we thought were going to be the most beneficial for us, stylistically and body types. You know, we had the coaching staff already on the same page. It was actually very fluid, to be honest with you, Ariel. Like one of the more fluid camps that we've had, especially off of a guy like Sean. But the nice thing is that like the guy's always in the room. He's always in the gym. You don't have to go and hunt this guy down, right? You just go out here right now. He's probably sparring. Who knows? But you know, that I think that's to our advantage, is just the fact that, like, you know, I always kind of relate to us as like Dev Group, like Team 6, Special Forces guys. You know, we're always training, we're always prepared for battle. And when that phone rings, we have to be able to pick up the phone and fly anywhere and go get in a fight, you know? So, you know, that's Sean's mentality. That's my mentality. And that's what I feel like the gym's mentality is when it comes to things like this.
I said on Monday that I felt like he owned the week. Like he looked so comfortable, the embedded stuff, him at the presser, like him, you know, like I said, I understand he's had a girlfriend for a while. We've never really seen him like that, but he just seemed like a different guy, like walking around. We're seeing the lovey-dovey side of him. Like it just seemed like he was just very comfortable with everything. Did you feel the same? Were you happy with where you guys, like where your guy was at and how he was feeling going into the biggest fight of his life?
I mean, she was the MVP, to be honest with you. You know, like she deserved a lot of this credit, because, you know, I said, you know, publicly that, and I told her right after the win, you know, I gave her a big old hug and I was like, you know, you showed him it's okay to love and to be loved. And you've provided him an opportunity to open his heart, you know, to be coached, to be coachable. She's changed that man's life, you know, and she's not going to make him soft. He's still rough around the edges. It's still Sean, but it's a slow burn, man. It's a slow process. But what she's allowed him to feel and kind of open his heart to, I mean, honest to God, Ariel, that's probably why we have a belt wrapped around our waist, is because of that relationship. Yeah.
How long have they been together?
I think a little over a year now.
So why do you think it's like really worked now? Do you feel like it's just taking him time to warm up to this connection?
Probably her to warm up to him, because we just joke her. She's the sweetest girl in the world, and we razz her all the time. Like, what the hell? How did you end up with Sean Strickland? You know, and she's like, oh, I couldn't stand him the first time we went on a date. Like, the stories are hilarious, but they're just such a like a different dynamic that it works. Like, she keeps him in check. And like, he's walking around the hotel, my love, and hugs. And I'm like, who the hell is this guy, man? But man, you know, as a coach, you embody that. Like, you know, there's some relationships you see as fighters where their spouses can be hindrance to the camp. And sometimes, man, they can take it over the top and make it even better and push somebody to greatness. And honestly, man, that's what she's done.
So I'm talking about all the positives here. I have to say, like, so we're like on a completely different time zone. I wake up, I think it was Wednesday, and I see the thing at the open workout where he's sparring a fan and like hitting him kind of hard. And I was like, holy shit. Like, if he would have just like snapped, he could have knocked this guy out very easily. He's a freaking pro MMA fighter. This looked like a potential disaster, and Dana kind of brushed it aside. What were you thinking when you saw this, and what did happen behind the scenes after this happened?
Oh, we were walking on eggshells all week, Ariel. Like, honest to God, and I'll drop this news for you, bro. Like, I thought we were going to get pulled. I really did.
Really?
Man. Like, yeah. So they went to the beach, and Sean basically incriminates himself on this during fight week, the presser, right? Like he's like, yeah, and this guy comes up to me talking trash, and I punched him in his belly. And apparently, like the Australian government or whoever heard this, they got word of this, and it went downhill from there. It got to the point where they were flying John Crouch out from Arizona from MMA Lab to come out and corner Jared Cannonier.
No way.
And when I heard that, swear to God, bro, I heard that, I was like, bro, we're off. They're going to pull us from this card. Maybe we didn't, remember, these guys probably didn't want Sean in this spot to begin with. We were walking on thin ice the moment we got there. Every fan that we had an interaction with that I was there absolutely adored Sean. Loved him. Pictures, hugs, this and that. The one day I'm not there, I'm actually watching the Florida State game. And, I get a call and they're like, yeah, I guess some fan came up to Sean, started talking shit. And Sean just gave him a rip, like just a little bump or something. I don't even know. It wasn't like he hit the guy hard or something, but it flew under the radar. There was nothing being said about it. And then, Sean, dumbass, goes on and says something in an interview and basically incriminates himself. And I'm like, bro, what are we doing? So we were walking on thin ice all week. And then, hearing that news that like, hey man, that there might be flying Coach Crouch out really hit. Cause no, that's not a cheap flight. That's a long travel. Jared Cannonier's already here. Rob Emerson was already there with them. So, it was probably pretty close to getting pulled, man. I don't know what changed or what happened behind the scenes. And then we go to the open workout. This is after, right? Or before. This is before. Yeah. And then we go to the open workout. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, this is an awful idea. And I'm looking at everybody, Dave Lockett, Megan Levy. I'm like, dude, what kind of liability is this right now? Like, and I'm going to tell Sean, yo, do not hit this guy hard and don't get cut. Like, this is beyond stupid. And Sean does what Sean does. And then it turned into a hit. Like, they loved him. Sean ended up getting the guy a ticket to the fight. The guy came to the fights. He was front row. He was there for Sean's victory. Won the whole crowd over. I mean, the guy's a sitcom, Ariel. He really is. He's an episode of Seinfeld. How does this guy going to get out of this jam today?
Yeah.
Right.
But is there any part of you that's ever like, can we just tone it down just so that you don't hurt yourself, that you don't like stop
all day?
Okay.
all day long. That's all I do, man. Is just babysit this guy. So we ended up getting assigned a bodyguard.
Wow.
And this dude was, Luke the bodyguard. This guy was Australian Special Forces, 7 deployments, 5 in Iraq, or 5 in Afghanistan, 2 in Iraq. This dude was absolutely the highlight of our week, man. He was so much fun, so much energy, like behind the scenes, like he was real quiet and stuff. But then like we would do things, or like Sean was cutting weight, and he had a couple pounds to go, and he started bickering and this, and how he gets to that last couple pounds, and I can't. And then Luke's like, yeah, man, I remember that one time when I was in Ramadi, and our unit got blown up, and the guy next to me got blown to smithereens, and this, and shot up, and this guy, and I was the only one alive, and I shoot my way out. And Sean just like hears the story. He's like, oh, well, I guess I'll go cut this weight then. Yeah. Because Luke's over here just giving a shit about it. And he was, man, he was awesome. He was the MVP of the week, man. He really stole the show for us. And, him and Sean's girlfriend for sure. So yeah, wow. it was cool.
Did you ever need him? Like, did he ever actually have to step in and protect you guys or protect Sean?
I mean, kind of, sort of, like, he was always there, just kind of directing traffic, if you will. But he was just kind of a part of the team. Like, we were just chopping it up and shooting the shit. And then Sean's a recluse. He don't really go out. The only time we were leaving or going out was to go to the gym and train. Luke was there kind of just monitoring the situation. And then when Sean won, we actually went and got dinner. So we had the belt and we were celebrating everything else. So Luke tagged along with us for the whole thing. But yeah, man, he was a really cool guy, and it was a cool experience.
You've known Sean for a while. Were you blown away by the reception in Australia? Like, he was a superstar over there. Like, he connected with those people. Did that surprise you?
Not really. I mean, off the jump, I felt like we were going to get, like, it was probably going to be 50-50, and it kind of was. But just knowing Sean and his personality, I felt like he was going to win the people over. And I actually had a good talk with Luke about that, who's from Sydney. And Sydney's like, Luke was like, Sydney or Australia, and especially kind of in the rural parts, Sean Strickland is this style of human being out here. So he's gonna win the hearts over the Australian people pretty quickly. So he wasn't surprised by it. A guy that lived in Sydney. So over the week, man, he was the star of the show.
How was he on Sunday morning? It's weird, right? I mean, I'm sure you're somewhat adjusted. Or by the way, did you guys stay on American time, or did you get like what did you do? Because it is weird to fight in the morning like that, right?
Yeah, it was kind of weird. We were getting our training sessions in at night some days, and just trying to get adjusted the best that we could. And we knew we were fighting probably like around 2 p.m. So as the week went on, we got it out there pretty early. So I think I was out there for like 10, 11 days. So as the week progressed, once it got to like check-in day, we moved our training times to about 2:00.
Okay.
So by that time we were pretty acclimated, man. It wasn't too difficult, and it was nice. Like we got over with the fight. It was like 3:30, local time, and we were able to get dinner and hang out and celebrate a little bit.
How worried were you about the weight cut? Some people were saying he didn't look great on the scale. Was it a tough one?
No, not really. I mean, it just typical weight cut.
Okay.
I think it's always the last couple pounds, and he didn't look great on the scale, and but he never really does, and I don't think most people do. It's almost like you have to put on your best like acting face during that time because everybody's hurt and everybody sucks. But that last pound does suck, and that was something that I told him ahead of time. Hey, we don't have that 186, bro. It's 185. And that 1 pound does make a lot of difference when it comes down to that last couple pounds. So it's something I think we need to prepare for a little bit better next time.
I was reading an interview that you did, I think yesterday, where you talked about an interaction that you guys had in the locker room, which kind of gave me chills just reading it, because I love that stuff. Like, I'm a sucker for the coach, athlete dynamic, the leader, like going into battle. And it sounded like you had to give him like one last pep talk. Is that right?
Yeah. Manel won. So right when Manel won, I jammed out of the cage and got to the back because we basically had Ty and Volkov, and then we were up next. So, Danny Davis did an incredible job. Zarate, all the guys in the back, getting them warm and everything else. And then it just had a weird vibe to it, and anybody that's been in the back room knows that feeling, knows that vibe. And it just felt ominous. It just felt quiet. It felt stale, and he was kind of walking and pacing with his head down. Just his body language didn't look right to me. And I kind of just observed for a second or two, and I kind of took in the room, and I don't know. I just felt like it was that was a moment where I had to go. Like I had to be a coach, and I stopped and I looked at him. I said, "Hey, motherfucker, look at me." I said, "We're going to go win this fight." And he kind of like perks up and looks at me, and I go, "Now say it yourself." Because I'm going to go win this fight. And I was like, "Say it with conviction." He's like, "I'm going to go win this fight." I said, "Now listen, I don't care who with the odds, none of this shit." I said, "The only people that matter are the 5 of us in this fucking room right here, right now. We all believe that you can win this fight. Nothing else matters. So let's go out and go do our job." And he looks up at me. He's like, "To the death." I was like, "Fucking to the death, kid. Let's go."
Fuck,
and that was that, And then, yeah, we had our moments in the corners and stuff. And after the fight, he just gave me a big old hug, man. And he just said, "Bro, like, you motivate the shit out of me, man. Like I feel like I can run through a brick wall with you, and I feel the same. And I'll run through a brick wall for him, man." We always say, man, to hell and back, and I'll lead the way. So sometimes you just need that. Some guys need it, some guys don't. You have to know as a coach what they need to hear in the moment that they need to hear it. I think spending enough time with people, understanding who and what they are, what makes them fight, helps you push the right buttons, man. And that's the thing I take the most pride in is I feel like I know my fighters, that I know what buttons to push.
I appreciate the fact that you may fight Izzy again, but could I ask, what was the game plan going into this fight?
Oh, it was pressure. It was pressure. It was, styles make the matchup, man. And they really do. And, I hear a lot of praise, like, oh, the game plan to this, to that. We took what Sean was great at. And, people will tell you, I think Chris even said it on your show on Monday. It's like, Sean's such a difficult guy to figure out, especially the first couple of times you're in the cage with him, like Johnny Eblin, first couple of times Johnny sparred Sean, Johnny's like, "Dude, this guy's, call him a booger. He's just a booger. He's awkward," So when you hear like, people say like, "Oh, Izzy looked stuck in the mud," it's like, yeah, he was, because Sean threw him in the fucking mud, and it's not saying that next time Izzy's not going to figure him out a little bit more, because that's kind of the way you get better with Sean is you have to spar Sean a lot and fight Sean a lot or train with Sean a lot. So those things are very important. Is as a coach, take what they're already good at, look at the things that you feel like they're going to exploit, right? Break yourself down. That's what we did. We reverse engineer our game plan. And How is Izzy going to beat us? Where are the holes in our game? Okay, he's going to kick us. He's going to kick our calf. He's going to pull counter us into combinations and walk us into things. So let's not overextend. Let's utilize our cage control. Let's put ourselves in situations to where we can eliminate half-beat pulls. We can eliminate, some of the calf kicks by checking or by creating better angles. Very small, very simple, but very effective as well. I mean, he's not the best striker to watch, Sean. It looks awkward, it looks crazy, but goddamn it, it's effective.
If someone would have told you that you guys would win via decision in dominant fashion without a single takedown attempt, would you have believed it?
Not the single takedown attempt part. Like I felt like we had to mix up the race a little bit, and it wasn't like, let's take this guy down and hold him down. That was not the game plan. It was to create mismatches in his rhythm, right? Izzy's a rhythm fighter, and as you notice, we had 4 or 5 different ways to disrupt the rhythm, right? What do I mean by that? Well, Izzy's feint game is beautiful, and a lot of his strikes are set up off of his feints. So if we can disrupt the conductor to the orchestra and take the conductor stick out of his hand, because he's trying to put instruments where they belong, right? But if we can disrupt his timing and his rhythm, then that's where we kind of able to kind of put the ball in our court. Now one of those disruptors is to wrestle or to grapple. But, giving a football terminology, it's like if we're running a play and we're getting 10, 11 yards every time we run the play, why not keep running the play? You have to stop it. And they didn't make any adjustments to stop the play. So, wrestling didn't have to really be a part of our focal point. Wrestling was a part of our focal point a lot of times to seal or steal rounds, like I said, at the end of round 1. But it was also an element to make Izzy work, right? Make him grapple, make him pummel, make him get up, then get back to your strikes, but mostly to disrupt his rhythm.
Were you at all worried that Sean punched himself out in the first round? Like, were you worried? Because it seemed like, no, in second round, maybe the only reason why Izzy may have won that round is because Sean didn't do a lot. Like, he was just trying to fill up the gas tank again.
He got snake charmed.
So what does that term mean? That's the term that everyone loved on Saturday. What does that mean when you say it?
I mean, just that he got mesmerized by watching Izzy. He got hypnotized by the feint game, by Israel Adesanya in front of him, and yeah, he probably was a little bit of that adrenaline dump, and I didn't even get out of my seat. When the whole thing happened, I was like, one or two things is going to happen. It's a finish, and then I can celebrate, or number 2, the round's going to be over. And I got very, very important information for him that I cannot bypass. Like, he needs to hear this after the end of round 1, because Izzy was setting him up, and I saw it. I saw the setup, and I'm like, I can't lose sight of the emotions right now, because if I don't tell him this, Izzy's going to knock him out. I was worried. So I actually looked over. I was laughing because I looked over at Megan and Anik and Laura and DC. And I was like this on the apron. I was watching them, just watching their reactions. I was giggling the whole time. I was like, if it's over, it's over. There's nothing else for me to do. I don't have to coach anything. He can't hear me anyway, right? So, but in my mind, I'm like, I need to tell him that Izzy's setting him up for a same side head kick out of southpaw. Okay. So when it was all said and done,
you were just saying he was setting him up. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So, I was talking to Luke yesterday. Izzy would drop step into southpaw. So his movement's beautiful, right? But he's setting traps. So he'll be orthodox. He'll drop step into southpaw. And then he kept prodding with the southpaw cross at Sean's rear hand. And Sean kept parrying it down. And I yelled at him, in the middle of the fight, I yelled at him like, hey, he's setting you up for the same side. But you also don't know if Sean hears you in the middle of the round. But it was also something very important that I wanted him to tell him in between rounds. And I said to him, I said, hey, I know, how he kind of runs around. You can't really wrangle him in. I was like, I need you to listen to this right now, because this is important. Very, very important. He's setting you up. Do not parry that hand down out of southpaw. I'm telling you, he's setting you up for a same side head kick. The moment he steps southpaw, you have to engage on that lead side hand, which was that hand fight, and then try to stick your cross down the middle or disrupt his timing. I don't care what it is, but just know, do not parry that hand down, because I'm telling you, there's a kick that's coming behind it. So it was set up, and Izzy actually talked to me after, and he said, "Bro, you called it." He's telling me I saved his life.
Yeah, so well, can you tell me about that conversation? So, where did you see him, and what did he say?
I think he was on his way over to his press conference, but Izzy and I are cool. I have zero issues with his man. Nothing but respect for his team. So it was nice to have a moment with him because all fight week long, you know how the tension is between teams and fights and fighters and this and that. But, I don't partake in any of that stuff. That's none of my business. I'm not trying to sell a fight. I'm trying to, execute the name in front of me competitively, right? That's it. I'm just trying to get a win. So him coming over, giving me a hug, we talked about Francis for a minute. I was like, I'll see you in Saudi. And that was the first thing he actually said to me. He's like, he goes, you saved that man's life, E. And I was like, yeah, how so? He's like, you kept calling out my reads, man. He goes, I heard you every time I would set something up. I heard you yell it, and I was like, I appreciate that, man, because he's a wizard. He really is. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a ton by studying this man over the years. And, he's allowed me to adapt not only offensively, but, he's helped my mind's eye defensively as well. So, I love Izzy, man. I love his style. He's one of the best to ever do it, to be quite honest with you. So it was nice to have that moment with him.
Can I ask about your philosophy in between rounds? Like, to me, that is gold. I love that stuff. I wish I could sometimes just listen to the coaches for the entire fight. And I know that you could do that on Fight Pass or something, but like live, right? And I was saying at the top, so there's two things I want to ask you about, but like at the top, I was saying, I saw some people being like, oh, your language was a little bit this and that. It is our privilege to be able to eavesdrop on those moments. Those are intimate moments between you and the fighters. That is a lot different than, a guy on the microphone saying something that may be offensive. Whatever language you have to speak to your guy, like, we cannot criticize, in my opinion. That is not our right. Like, we are lucky that you are letting us listen to that, and that is gold for us. So that's my take on that, A. But B, I was wondering if you speak to everyone the same way, or do you have to recognize that, like, Casey O'Neill does not respond the same way I speak to Sean Strickland? And how do you play that game? And how do you balance, sorry for the multiple questions, I hate doing that, but how do you balance the motivational talk and the technique talk as well? Because sometimes we just see one or the other. I thought on Saturday you did a fantastic job of offering both to Sean in that 60 seconds.
Yeah, so I'll start off with this. I think it's so important to be involved in team sports at a young age. And I was fortunate enough to play quarterback at a young age, and I was very fortunate to have my dad along the ride with me. So I constantly had a coach involved in my life all the time. And I remember a time at playing quarterback, I yelled at a kid and he responded by crying. He was very upset. And that was a moment where my dad said, hey, listen, you have 10 personalities on the field. Not everyone's going to respond by you grabbing their face mask and yelling at them. You have to understand that you have to have different tools in your toolbox, right? And, some people will respond to that. Some people respond to being coddled and just the right approach. So over time, you spend in the room with people and you understand them more and more. You start to realize what they need to hear. And it's really just about reps, sometimes it's my personality and I want to fire them up and I want to give them something. And sometimes I've had Tale of Two Tapes sometimes when it comes to Danny Ige. Ige, I'll sit there and I'll talk to him and I'll give him good information. We'll joke, and then there's times where, man, I got to get in his ass. And it really just depends on what I need to get out of the fighter, and, Maslow said, if the only tool we have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail, right? We have to adapt to the personality, to the person, to the moment. What are we trying to get out of them? What are their goals? What are their inspirations? I read body language a lot, not only by our own fighter, but our opponent. What's their body language telling me? Do we look defeated? So honestly, Ariel, it's the most comfortable I've ever been in my entire life, the most confident I've ever been in my entire life, that 1 minute between the rounds. Like, I just feel home, man. Like, I've never felt more comfortable in my own skin. I don't care about what people think or say. It's a very intimate moment. I never think about, oh, we're on pay-per-view or how many people are watching or this or that. I feel like I just get tunnel vision, man. And I don't know, man. I'm just trying to be honest. It's just the most comfortable position I've ever been in my life because what I'm saying to them, I believe. I truly believe it. And I think I inflict self-belief on the people that are on that stool or running around like Sean does. But all the while, I'll command the attention and I'm going to pull the best out of everyone.
Can you compare, I know this is sort of like asking like who's your favorite child, but like Francis beating Stipe, this one, you've had some massive wins, right? How does Saturdays compare? Was that the greatest night of your career?
Very different. All of them are very different, And I'm very fortunate to be able to compare, to be honest with you. And this one was more of a win, I think, on the human element side more than the coaching side, just because of we know Sean's past. We know the type of individual Sean can be and is. But I think this was a thing, I think, that we can make a better man, that we were able to show him that he's capable of doing, big things, wonderful things, championship level things, but also, hopefully opening the doors to some of the things maybe he dealt with in the past and exercising some of those demons. So it's all very different for me. Francis's win was incredible, and his backstory, right? Being along on the ride with Aljo and Rafion Stotts and Lance Palmer and all these guys, man, each one of them have such a great individual story. And I'm just very fortunate to be a part of that journey, man. So it's hard to rank, but this one definitely ranks up there pretty high just as far as like the human element for me.
Is Sean being honest when he says he doesn't care about the belt?
I don't know if the way that he says it, I think he's talking about the belt more as like this inanimate object or something, maybe. I don't know. But I think he does respect the journey, and he respects the process more than the product being the belt. I think he really loves the fight game. I think he really loves the process of the fight game. And this just so happens to be like the pinnacle of it. And the one thing I told him, same thing that I told Francis, and the thing I learned most from Randy is, your hardest fight of your career is your first title defense. So we can't get complacent. We can't ride too high on this stuff. The target's now on our back, and it's not necessarily about defending the belt. It's just about winning fights. It really is. So any way he wants to equate it, he is champion of the world now. He's got that belt. It's probably got duct tape wrapped all around the damn thing, but but what a cool moment for the average Joes, if you will. You're right.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people can connect with that. Who do you think his first title defense will be against?
I don't know. I mean, you can make an argument for all these guys, to be honest with you. You can make an argument for Izzy, Dricus, Jared Cannonier, the winner out of Khamzat and Costa. You really can. I just think it's a matter of timing and opportunity and what the UFC wants to do. How fast they want to move this along. Sean got out of this fight with really zero injuries. Like he had his toenail came off or something, right? It was nothing. So he'll be back to spar on Tuesday next week.'ll be back in the gym.
I thought he was coming this Tuesday. I thought he was there yesterday. He said
he was in. He was in. He didn't spar though because his toe hurt. This guy.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, honestly, you can make an argument for any one of these guys. I think all of them are deserving of it. And at the end of the day, the UFC is going to do what they feel is best and move the division along.
Who's your preference? If you had your say, if Sean said, "Coach, who do we fight?"
I don't really care. Really, I can make the argument for all three. Like, I look at Cannonier. Here's what I loved about Jared, man. Like, this dude was a pro all week, not knowing what his fate was going to be as the alternate, right? There for every workout, very friendly to all of us, made the weight, did everything, flew halfway across the world to do everything he's supposed to do, has a win over Sean, looked impressive in his last win against Vettori. So, I mean, you can make an argument for Jared. Is he, one of the best to ever do it? He should probably always get a rematch, right? And then Dricus, this guy goes out and starches Robert Whittaker, a guy he was not supposed to beat, does it in an emphatic fashion. Unfortunately wasn't able to take this fight because of the injury, but moving along. I don't care who it is, man. I like all three, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. Two last things, if I may. I saw this thread on Twitter, and it's like, hey, let's have a conversation about this guy, Eugene Behrman. And I was talking about this before the show, and this shit pisses me off. I mean, like, even the stuff I saw about Izzy calling into question his legacy and his resume because of this loss is absurd to me. But I did see that you chimed in there at the very top, and I, you know how much I respect you and what I think about you, and I think that says so much about you that you felt the need to do that. Why did you feel the need to chime in on that thread?
Because no one knows what it's like to walk in these shoes, man, as an MMA coach. And unless you walked in these shoes, you empathize or you understand. You know, this man was coach of the year last year. And just because he had an off night or whatever you want to call it, now we're going to question his legacy or if this guy was ever that good. Yeah, he is that good. You know, what he's done with that gym and the proximity that he's done it in and the amount of high level fighters that he has there. I just think it's off-putting, man. Like, because that could have easily been me on the other side had we lost, right? And MMA fans can be fickle. They're like, you know, NFL kickers. They only remember you for your last kick, whether it was in or you missed, right? Like, that's kind of how it is this day and age. And man, I see the time. I know the time and effort that I put in, and I guarantee you, he's doing the same damn thing. I know who suffers the most, and that's my wife and my kids. I miss soccer games. I miss flag football games. I miss dance recitals. I miss birthdays. To be here, to be in this gym, to create world champions, and to take that away from this man because, you know, he had a one-off night to say, you know, oh, this dude, blah, 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 whatever. I don't know. It's our duty as coaches to stick up for one another because, you know, we are the people that people have, but, you know, we don't have anybody really for ourselves, to be honest with you. And everybody calls us. Everybody rings us. Everybody, coach, we have a problem, you know, and I lean on people myself, like Tyson Chartier, Elliot Marshall, you know, John Crow. I call people, man, Dean Thomas. I call people to lean on that have walked in these shoes because no one understands what we go through. So when you want to be critical about a fighter or a coach, especially that has 6 guys fighting on the same card, right? Who's running back and forth, making sure he's delegating, getting everybody lined up, the adrenaline dump, running in and out of the cage. You want to be critical about what, you know, he had an off night. It's okay, bro. Like, the guy's elite. The guy's elite for a reason. We're going to have off nights, you know? So remember what we go through on a day-to-day basis before you start talking shit.
Much respect. Last thing, if I would have told you, if I was at your house on Christmas 2022, Sean Strickland just lost to Jared Cannonier. Hey, in about 9 months or so, your guy Sean's going to be the champion of the world. Would you have believed me?
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would have, man. I don't know, man. I'm an optimist by nature. I think about every detail, every possibility. I told him right after he lost to Jared, I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, we're 1 or 2 fights away to get right back in there, you know? And maybe that's just me. I'm just, you know, hopeless romantic, I guess. Like, I'm always plugging away, man. And, you know, I believe in every one of our guys. I really do. You know, I believe that we have the ability, everyone in this room, to become world champion and realize your full potential, you know? And there's days I think that, you know, when you're unsure about yourself, that's why we have each other, you know, because Sean has that lone wolf mentality, that outlier mentality. And, you know, you by nature have to be your biggest fan. And some days you're not. But when you surround yourself with people that believe in you, some days when you don't believe in yourself, I think that's what takes you over the edge, man. I think that's what has been successful for Sean, is he surrounded himself with people that actually love and care about him. And, you know, anything's possible when you put yourself in those situations.
And we saw the byproduct of that on Saturday night. Congratulations, Coach. Well done. So happy for you. Another massive notch in your belt. And like I said, you guys pull it off October 28th in Riyadh. Coach of the decade. All right, you might as well forget about Coach of the year. Coach of the decade. All right, that's
Dewey Cooper, man. Hey, Dewey Cooper's.
I'll give you all the freaking awards. Giant killers over there in Las Vegas. Well done. Thank you so much. Enjoy it all.
Thank you, Ariel. Good to talk to you, brother.
As always, there he is, Coach Eric Nicksick, the head coach over at Xtreme Couture. What a moment for him. What a moment for the team. What a moment for the sport, really. Now, speaking of this great sport, Frank, we have some breaking news. Do you want some breaking news? Is that the breaking news music that we're going with? I'm just kidding. It's always been the same music. There was a moment there where you're like, wait, did I play the right thing? Was there a moment? No, there wasn't a moment. All right, we got breaking news. A few weeks ago, we announced here on this program the full main card for Bellator 300, right? October the 7th in San Diego, California. The 4 title fights. And you know what? The powers that be said, you know what, Ariel? You did such a great job of getting people hype for this card, of getting the word out, of selling it, of promoting it. You should be a promoter. You should be the guy. Well, I can't be the guy. I have a job to do here. But we are here to announce officially, exclusively on this program, the top 4 fights for Bellator 301. Yes, we have come to be the exclusive home, the hub, if you will, of all things Bellator breaking news. What a spot we have earned. So, my friends, Bellator 301, it goes down Friday, November the 17th, live and exclusively in the United States on Showtime from the Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We're going to work our way from the top to the bottom, my friends. At the very top of the bill, we have the pride of Ukraine, the undefeated 27-0 Yaroslav Amosov, one of the very best 170-pounders in the world, going up against the number 2 ranked, the surging, somewhat quietly, but with some big names on his resume, Jason Jackson. What a run Jason Jackson has been on as of late. He is on fire with wins over the likes of Paul Daly and Douglas Lima, Neiman Gracie and Benson Henderson. That is going to be the main event for the welterweight title. Amosov, Jackson. You want another title fight? I got another title fight for you. And dare I say, the people's main event on Friday, November 17th will pit the winner of the Bellator $1 million bantamweight tournament, the 18-1 Patchy Mix, who looked oh so good in that last fight against Rafion Stotts, one of the knockouts of the year back in April in Honolulu, in the title unification bout against the reigning defending Bellator bantamweight champion, the man who is coming off the big win over Patricio Pitbull back in June. The one and only, the pride of Milwaukee, Sergio Pettis. So why do I say this is the people's main event? I think this is the best fight on the card. He is fighting, Sergio is close to home, Chicago, Milwaukee. It's a stone throw away, and what a fight between two of the very best in Bellator, two of the very best young fighters, champion versus champion, title unification bout. It's the IC champ against the undisputed champ. 4 undisputed gold for unification gold. It's Pettis versus Mix. What a fight that is going to be. Now, lightweight Grand Prix semifinal. Speaking of the Pitbull brothers, we have Patricky Pitbull returning to action. He's coming off a nice win back on July 30th in Saitama at the Super Arena. Saitama, Japan. It is Patricky Pitbull, the legend himself, number 1 ranked in the lightweight World Grand Prix, going up against Alexander Shabley, who is on quite the roll himself. Undefeated in Bellator, has won his first 4 fights, coming off a win over Tofik Musayev. He's beating the likes of Brent Primus as well. That is a lightweight World Grand Prix semifinal fight. And if you want one more, I got one more for you. The rematch of a fight that was essentially born on this show, in this studio, on this set. I had to break them up. They're running it back, my friends. The aforementioned Rafion Stotts against the Italian gangster himself, Danny Sabatello. They are running it back between these two. No love lost. They ended up fighting in December. Stotts got the better of Sabatello en route to the finale. Sabatello out for revenge, looking to get one back on his rival. Remember, they almost came to blows in this studio. It is all going down on Friday, November 17th on Showtime, Bellator 301. There's the poster right over there. How about that? Us just breaking news. 4 fights, all of them on Showtime here in the U.S. And speaking of which, we got one of those guys standing by, Sergio Pettis, the undisputed champ at 135 pounds, kind enough to join us here to talk about this fight. There he is. Sergio, thank you so much for the time. It is official. I saw your tweet yesterday. You signed to fight Patchy Mix. This, to me, is the best fight on the card, and it is also one of the best fights that can be made right now at 135. Do you share my excitement, my sentiment going into this one in 2 months' time?
For sure, man. I can't wait. Coming off of a big win, both of us. You know, Patchy just got that $1 million. I just got that $1 million finish, not finished either. I'm sorry, I'm all stumbling. But yeah, it's a big fight, man. I'm excited for me and Patchy. Big fight coming up in Chicago. Ready to run it back. I just got a W out there, and yeah, man, time to do it again.
I'm not trying to stir the pot here, but I sort of feel like Pettis Mix should be the main event. Why aren't you the main event?
Man, I think we should be the main event. You know, they're not showing too much love for the little guys, and I think both of us are bigger names, to be honest. But it is what it is, man. Co-main event, main event, it don't matter. We're both going to go out there and try to hurt each other and become the world champ.
Do you think that this will be your toughest fight in Bellator? Will this be your toughest fight since becoming champion?
I think this will be my toughest fight since becoming champion. I fought a lot of guys that were around my height or even a little bit shorter than me. So dealing with a guy who's 6 foot, who's on a tear, 18-1, his record speaks for itself. Is a big fight, man. And he has that kryptonite to my game. You know, that grappling skill, that back take, that take you to deep waters and just drown you out. So it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
I appreciate you saying that about his ground game because it is very impressive. What he's done so far is supremely impressive. Is there anyone that you can bring in or anyone that you have in your camp that can replicate his style, in particular on the ground?
For sure. I have a couple guys that are local guys out here in Milwaukee. Some of them are not even MMA fighters, just local grapplers I can work with that I have been working with that are long, lanky, bring a lot of jiu-jitsu skills to the table. Not only that, I'm actually going to be bringing in Montel Jackson. He's fighting for the UFC as well. Big 135er, 6 foot, southpaw, perfect body frame, perfectly, I think, for Patsy.
You guys did that face-off after your last fight. What was the vibe that you got from him?
I mean, I feel like we got a good vibe, man. Honestly, we both know that we're both young, hungry athletes. We worked with each other back in 2017. He actually helped me prepare for Brandon Moreno. And a funny thing is, we're prepping that same situation, getting my back taken and defending back takes. So I have been working. I worked with him for a bit. I felt his skills. Obviously, that was 6 years ago, so things have changed. But yeah, I'll be the second person that I train with that I fight. Well, it's going to be 3 if it would have been Rafian. But back in the days, I worked with Joseph Benavidez, and we ended up fighting each other. And now it's Patsy Mix. So it's what a sport, man. What an interesting sport.
How long did you actually train with him for?
We've only trained probably a week and a half. Honestly, it was about 3 weeks before I fought Moreno, and went to Albuquerque out in Jackson Wink, and that's where we met each other, trained with each other. I got mad respect for Patsy, man. He's done a lot of great things, and we're near. Our ages are right by each other. I think he's 2 days older than me. So yeah, I know his mentality right now. I know where he's at, and it's going to be a hell of a fight for both of us, man. Both of our toughest fights for sure.
Is this awkward for you, or a week and a half or so? It's not like you're the best of friends.
I mean, it's not. I feel like it's business, man. Business is business. We're both athletes trying to show who's the best in the world, and once there's a number on top of that, it's business. At the end of the day, he wants to win, I want to win, and we're both trying to get paid. Bellator's paying pretty well.
Okay, so speaking of that business, I think a lot of people thought, hey, is Bellator 300 going to be the last Bellator event? Is this how they're going to go out? Because there was no announcement past 300. Now here we have November 17th. Is it possible that Bellator 301 is the final Bellator event?
You know what? I'm not too sure about that. I've heard rumors that's a possibility that there might be a merge with the PFL and other things, but nothing that I've really set in stone. So, right now my main focus is fighting November 17th in Chicago against Patsy Mix. What else happens after that? I'll adjust and I'll be able to, just become who I want to become, either in the PFL and Bellator. And no, that doesn't change my motivation at all. I'm still hungry, and I'm nowhere near being content.
Would that be good for you, for the sport? Would you be in favor of a merger there?
You know what? I feel like right now it doesn't matter for me. I already tried the free agent route. I went to Bellator. Things have played out really well in Bellator. Very grateful for the opportunity. And if it's another opportunity presenting itself and another chance for me to possibly get another belt, I'm down for that, man. I'm hungry. I want to get 2 belts just like my bro. So take over Bellator, PFL, UFC, WEC. It'd be pretty dope.
That would be pretty dope. Yeah, that's crazy how it all turns out like that. And just curious, and if you can't talk about this, I understand as well, but I'm curious, if they did buy Bellator, would you just move over? Or is there a possibility where you could say, I'm not coming? How do the contracts work like that?
Yeah, you know what? We really got to get that set in stone. Me and my managers, we got to talk about it a little bit to see what the routes are. This does happen if we're not happy. So I'm sure there's some type of clause, I'm going to have to probably either take some time off and not fight for a bit, or have to merge and knock out the last 5 fights on my contract because I signed a 6-fight deal with Bellator. So we'll figure things out. Yeah. I kind of was in a situation before, when I was in the flyweight division at the UFC.
Right.
I think I was number 1 and number 2 at the time. And they were like, hey, we're going to get rid of the division. And I was flipping out damn, I just made it to the top. I don't know where I'm going to go. So I kind of, this time I'm going to just chill out and let things play out, not get too far ahead of myself.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, we just saw a bantamweight title fight in the UFC. Sean O'Malley is now the champion. Just curious, winner of this fight on November 17th, in your mind, is he the best bantamweight in the world?
I think we don't know who the best bantamweight on the road is until we get some type of cross promotion. I think he definitely is amazing. He's got a great skill set. I'm a fan of the guy, man. Great style. As a striker, I like what he's been doing. It'd be an interesting matchup, I think, for me and Patchy, honestly. But as of right now, I don't think we know who the best bantamweight on the road is until we get the opportunity to compete against one another.
Fair enough. That is a good answer. I appreciate that. I hope we get to a point in the sport where we get to see those things. I don't know if we'll get there anytime soon, but one could dream. By the way, I saw an incredible photo of you in Thailand. You were holding a fish. I think it was a carp that weighed 130 pounds. I've never seen a fish I've never seen anyone hold a fish like this, and especially like the dynamic. We're showing the picture right now. It looks fake. You fight at 135. You were holding a 130-pound fish. How did you catch that?
Oh man, it was at a fishing resort out in Thailand. They got this water that they stock fish with, and pretty massive fish. So you're bound to catch a monster. But I got lucky that day. It was they only had one day open, and I went out there, fished it up, caught a 130-pound carp, and that fish looks a lot bigger. It's big. It's definitely big, but I'm only 5'5", 5'6", so that thing looks massive. So
yeah, we're looking at a picture there. I think it's with your fiance or wife, wife or fiance, fiance. Yeah, and like your head is like barely getting over. You're in the middle there with that dude. What the hell? Like that is insane.
Oh, man. Hey, what an experience. Thailand was a great time, great training, great fishing. I lost some weight reeling in that fish, so I think my next couple weight cuts, I'm gonna have to go fishing out in Thailand.
Did you eat the fish? What do you do there? Like what?
Oh, never catch and release. Little picture, then put them back in the water. Next fisherman can catch them.
By the way, do you need help reeling that in?
You know what? I did it all by myself. I did it all. It was about like a 20-minute fight. But once they got in, the guide helps you net it in, and then we just take care of the fish a little bit, let it heal up, and take a picture with it, let it back into its home.
Damn. And I also saw you I think pretending to bite a tiger's tail. I don't. What are you doing?
Thailand is wild, man. I didn't even want to do that. The photographer was like, "Yo, grab his tail and pretend to bite it." And I was terrified. The whole time I'm dripping sweat, so uncomfortable. But I had to get that experience for sure. Thailand, amazing.
What is that? People just go out there and I'm seeing you just chilling with the tiger here. You're not. I mean, that's absurd.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly the whole dynamics of it. If they're drugged or not, they promote it not drugged, but.
Fuck.
I mean, those tigers are laying out and chilling out, so I don't know, man.
Any close calls?
No, not at all. None at all. They were just chilling. Mostly with the baby. The baby was kind of nibbling more than the big one. So, yeah, the baby's a little more feisty.
Yo, if a baby nibbled on me, a baby tiger, I'd be out of there in a second. That is just crazy. It seemed like a great time. You're riding camels and all kinds of stuff. How long were you out there?
I was out in Bali for about 7 days to go visit some buddies out there. I trained at Soma, and then I went out to Phuket and then Bangkok for 2 weeks after that, just to get a feel of Muay Thai, Thailand in general, and just to get in shape, man. That hot weather out there had me back in shape pretty quick.
Yeah, was that your first time there?
Yeah, first time in Thailand. I've been to Bali last year, but I wanted to see Thailand finally. It's been my 30th birthday, so I had to finally go and
happy birthday.
See that origin. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And was it everything it sounds like just like a heaven for fighters, the training, the outdoors, the food, all that stuff. Was it everything you thought it was going to be?
Yeah, it was amazing, man. I got a chance to go out to Bang Tao and train with some good guys out there. The atmosphere in general, they're Muay Thai based, but now they're doing MMA. They got good wrestling. They got good coaches. Bang Tao was such a vibe, man. I definitely could see myself going back out there in the future and having more than just a 5 or 6 day training camp, actually having a full training camp out there one of these days would be awesome.
Incredible. All right. Well, next up for you, November 17th in Chicago. Very excited that this is going down. I wish you the best, my friend. Good luck. Should be the main event. Who cares? People's main event, even more prestigious. So well done and looking forward to it. Thanks for coming on, Sergio.
Appreciate you. Thank you for having me, brother.
All right. There he is, the Bellator bantamweight champion, Sergio Pettis. Yes, November 17th, guys. Could this, in fact, be the final Bellator event? What do we think? Anyone have a say? Predictions? Yay, nay?
Yeah, I'll say yeah. Last one.
Feels like it. What about that big Rafian Stotts, Danny Sabatello rematch?
Yeah, big time stuff. I do have to say, I noticed you didn't use chief support when discussing Sergio Pettis' fight with him.
People's main event is more prestigious than anything. I
so that's actually above co-headline.
Co-headline, yeah, 1,000%. Because here's the thing about People's Main Event.
So now it's a 5-tier.
People's Main Event could be like the second fight on the card. Like when Conor fought Marcus Brimage, that's when I first came up with the term. This is back in 2013, amazingly over 10 years ago now, April. He was on the prelims, and I bumped him all the way up to People's Main Event. Now people just like throw it around somewhat carelessly and recklessly, but that's number one. So this is the tier, once and for all. People's Main Event is the most prestigious title of them all. Co-headline, co-main event, chief support. What did we say? Second to last?
Penultimate fight.
Penultimate. And then is there one more?
Yeah, you gave one more. What is it? It was disrespectful.
No, I was not being disrespectful. I would never be disrespectful.
What was the last one?
What was the last one?
Was penultimate the last one?
Wasn't this just like second to last fight?
Maybe it was just second to last fight. Even though that's what penultimate fight means.
I know, but penultimate seems a little more prestigious,
yes,
you know?
It feels way more.
It's a little sexier. I don't know, man. I think it will be. I think it will be the end. Now, by the way, certain deals, fall through at the 11th hour. Certain deals fall through at the goal line, if you will. But everything we're hearing is they're trending in this direction. And correct me if I'm wrong, GC, because I know you're a connoisseur. I don't believe that PFL has a 135-pound division. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
So. Maybe they just, in that case, maybe they just absorb the whole thing. That's going to be really interesting. I mean, that's going to be so many stories to monitor as we head into 2024. And I can't believe we're approaching mid-September already. So many stories to monitor, the PFL being at the very top of them. And, of course, Bellator's future as well. But how does this all go down? What do they do? Who comes over? Who doesn't? Remember when UFC bought Strikeforce, not everyone went over off the bat. So there's just a lot. And then where are they? Are they on ESPN? Are they on Turner? Are they on? I love the TV side of things. And now it's not just TV, of course. It's digital. It's streaming. Are they on Apple? Are they on Amazon? Where are they? So yeah, a lot to monitor. And does it all end? Does Bellator all end with a Yaroslav Amosov versus Jason Jackson title fight? Bellator 1, I think, was in the Chicago region, if I do recall. Bellator 1? No, it wasn't. Hollywood, California. Main event, Jorge Masvidal and Nick Aguilar. Eddie Alvarez against Greg Loughran. Toby Imada against Alonzo Martinez. Was Bellator 2? Was in Uncasville. Bellator 3? Norman, Oklahoma. Bellator 4. Also in Norman. 5, Dayton. Why do I think they were in Chicago early on? Texas. Chicago. Bellator 7 and 8. There it is. Wintrust? Aragon Ballroom. Oh, yeah, the ballroom. I remember that. Crazy. MTV2 back in the day. You know yourself. What do we got here? Okay. All right. Just getting word here that what is you know what? Maybe I should start listening to the fans. Last time we had a boxing personality on, it was Frank Warren. He canceled at the last minute. And now Chris Eubank, they're saying he has a family emergency, so I want to respect that, obviously. And they're saying he will not be able to come on. I'm a little bit bummed that we won't have Chris Eubank on, but I apologize for that, my friends. They're saying he has a family emergency and he will not be able to join us. We still do have Robert Whittaker to come, but I was really looking forward to talking to Chris Eubank about his big win, where he goes from here, Conor Ben, all that stuff and more. And so since we won't have him on, unfortunately, what about this? What about a bit of a throwback, guys? What do you say? Could we go back to August of 2017, one of the greatest moments in the history of this program? We're at Mayweather-McGregor at the Media Center. First time I ever meet Chris Eubank Sr., the legend himself. And all of a sudden, while talking about Conor McGregor's chances against Floyd Mayweather, he starts reciting off the top of his head. No notes, no script whatsoever. He starts reciting Rudyard Kipling's If. It's one of the most mesmerizing, incredible. I thought I was having, as I say on the back end, an out-of-body experience. That is true. I felt like I felt like the room was spinning. I felt like I was high, and I've never really been high, but I feel like that's what it feels like to be high. Having Chris Eubank speak so eloquently and recite Rudyard Kipling's If by memory to me, face to face, we're locking eyes, was a moment I'll never, ever forget. So, since we're not getting Junior, let's revisit this magical moment.
It's like Rudyard Kipling, who says in his If, which again, these principles are the foundations of Sunday school. Mm-hmm. It goes as follows. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired of waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose, and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, an impossibility. If all men count with you but none too much, if you can forgive, or if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything which is in it and which is more. You will be a beacon. You will be a standard bearer. You will be a success. You will be a man.
Holy smokes. That was unbelievable. I feel like I just had an out-of-body experience listening to you recite that. What a moment. I loved everything about
great.
that. Isn't he amazing?
Yeah.
He shows up in the immaculate outfit. He's usually wearing like some sort of like three-piece suit or a double breast, something like that. Louis Vuitton bag. I think he was wearing a bow tie there. Tremendous shape, especially for someone his age. I mean, someone my age, he's in tremendous shape. And he's just freaking dropping that. He also did, what was it? I'm forgetting the other one, Frank, now. It was, oh my God. What was it? Can't believe I'm forgetting this. It's been a long day. Icarus. Oh my God. I bet New York's going to weigh in here any second. Icarus. Is it Icarus? No, not Icarus.
Icarus.
It was something. There was another one, and Casey did a whole like a montage, or maybe it was for that one, and I'm confusing the two. In any event, still to come, one Robert Whittaker in about 45 minutes. I do want to get back to the questions because I didn't finish them, and Frank did such a good job with them. Here we go. Connor from Canada. Hi, Ariel. I was wondering if there was a moment early in your life and career where you realized that this was what you wanted to do with your life? Thanks. Well, there's several moments. I've talked about one of them. I was in 9th grade, Mrs. Blitt Hanson's class, English class, may she rest in peace. We're supposed to be reading some English book, and I have Sports Illustrated. I have the book, I have Sports Illustrated tucked in, and I'm reading the Sports Illustrated Invictus. Thank you, Shaheen. There he is. I knew he was going to come through. Someone was going to come through. Thanks for having my back. It was Invictus. He did that one as well, and it was tremendous. So I'm reading Sports Illustrated, and they're breaking down the best schools in America for X, Y, and Z. And there's a little blurb which states Syracuse University is the best school for sports broadcasting, and these are the famous people who went there and all. And I'm like, wow. So that's a moment where I'm like, I want to do this for a living. Now, as far as MMA is concerned, when I got to school, when I got to Syracuse, and I realized that everyone wanted to be the next Bob Costas, Marv Albert, et cetera, I remember telling my parents, like, hey, everyone here wants to be the same person. I want to be something different. I want to go down a different path. I want to be the Howard Cosell of this sport and this organization called the UFC. MMA, it's 8 years old, not even 8 years. It was about to celebrate its 8th birthday. And, I want to be that guy. So I'm going to start focusing on this more. I'm going to have a morning, quote unquote, radio show, which was streamed from the student station, the Shine Auditorium. It was online, werw.syr.edu is where you can stream it. This is in 2001. And no one was listening except for my mom and my sister and maybe sometimes my friends back home. But I would have people like Bruce Buffer and, I had Dan Severn on, and I had Dave Meltzer on, and I would have some pro wrestlers on as well. And it was a great time. And, I did that for my 3 years there. And then I got into TV production, but I always kept an eye on MMA and the UFC, and I was ordering all the pay-per-views. And I kind of felt like as a fan, I wasn't being served. There wasn't the coverage that I wanted, that I was craving. And then the big turning point for me was 2006, November, Montreal, Champ Sports Bar, Saint Laurent Boulevard in Montreal. And, I'm watching George St. Pierre beat Matt Hughes, and the place erupts and the place goes crazy. Like he, was playing for the Canadians, and they had just won the Stanley Cup. And I was like, I want to be involved. I want to be in the mix. I want to talk about this. There are people who care about this sport as much as I do. There are people wrapped around the block waiting to watch this. And I don't feel like it's being covered. And this feels like it's only going to get bigger and explode. And so I felt like this is where I want to be. And then once I started to get in the mix, and like, you're there for Kimbo's fight against James Thompson, may he rest in peace, Kimbo Slice, at the Prudential Center in Newark in 2009, and you're there for Elite XC and Strikeforce, because early on, UFC wouldn't credential me because I was with a small website called MMArated.com. But you're there, and you're in the mix, and there's moments, and Kimbo's getting knocked out, and then you're finally in the UFC, and it's UFC 100, and you're interviewing Dana White, and then it's UFC 112 in Abu Dhabi, and then it's UFC 120 in London, and you're just like, holy shit, this is the life. And you're getting to travel to these cool places, and these fights mean so much. And I was saying this to someone recently. It's like, I remember doing the show, and we're coming back to the set, to the studio, to talk about this happening and that happening and this big moment and that big moment. But I felt like it was all contained in this little bubble. And so to see now how popular the sport has become, where people are coming up to me, and I'm on vacation, and people are like, did you see Sean O'Malley? And I'm like, holy crap, this is crazy that people care about this. And Sean Strickland is breaking through, and obviously Connor was a big part of that. And like to see just how far the sport has come, and to see how young the audience is now, as opposed to back in the day. Back in the day, I felt like 30 and up. Now I feel like it's like 12, 13 and up in terms of who is watching and supporting and following and living and dying with these fights. So it's just an amazing thing to be a part of. And yeah, those are some moments. Being Bobby. Ariel, in honor of Mysterious Frank's debut as moderator, I'd like to ask a more, quote, inside baseball question. How often does Mysterious Frank and or other production staff talk in your ear that the audience can hear throughout the show? In all your years,
like to know.
Yeah, and I don't see. I'm going to get to that in a moment. In all your years of broadcasting, how long did it take for you to get used to talking to an audience while you're being talked to in your ear? So I'll say two things. As far as someone talking in my ear and it not being on the air, that happens minimally. I would say it probably happens like 0.01% of the time. It's a unique dynamic for this particular show because if someone were to talk in my ear, it might be Frank, and Frank is also on the air, and it sounds the same when he's off air and when he's on air. And so I usually just react because I think it's always on air. Like that last thing you just said, was that on air or off air?
That was on air.
See, yeah. So,
but I was pretending like it wasn't.
Sure. But it sounds the same, which is tricky. Usually when you're doing a show and you're on the set and someone's in your ear telling you like 30 seconds or you're next or whatever, it's a producer and that person isn't on the air, so you just kind of ignore that person. But on this show, we don't really have that dynamic. We like for everything to essentially be on the air. There will be some times where I'm like doing an interview and I'm going like this, and Frank is like, stop rubbing your chin. It's also, just to be honest, rare that Frank takes on many roles. Moderator Frank. He's also, I would say, a producer as well, because like the audio guy isn't usually the relay, so to speak. But that says a lot about his, I would say, ambition and just the kind of leader that he is back there. So that is unique. But as far
Thanks,
as
man.
Yeah, no
just
problem.
don't cash that check until Friday.
What's happening on Friday? Oh, got it.
Yeah.
But when I do traditional TV, there is someone in my ear. I prefer less is more. I can't tell what I dislike more, when someone's in my ear when I'm talking, or when someone's in my ear when I'm the interviewer. I just asked a question and someone's answering the question, and now I can't hear the answer because when someone's in your ear speaking, that now gets blocked out. That is annoying, but there's no great way to do it, unfortunately. So I'm comfortable with it. I would say that I'm not your traditional broadcaster in the sense that I'm not great with a prompter. There is no prompter here. I've never really been good at reading. There's a skill involved when you read the prompter and you're like so smooth and your eyes aren't moving and your voice isn't changing and people at home don't even realize. Like, that is a true skill. And the great broadcasters of all time, the great newsmen, all that stuff, like they read a prompter and they can do it 1,000 times better than me. I think my forte is off the cuff, going, 3+ hours talking, this and that, interviewing, transitioning, blah, blah, blah. That is more of my thing. So I would put the guy speaking in your ear, the IFB stuff, like, having that in your ear and having someone talk to you, I would put that that skill of being able to speak and roll with someone speaking in your ear along with the prompter skill as well. But as far as this show is concerned, there's not a lot of talking in the air. It's just the way we do it. We also have Slack up here, which you wouldn't have if you're doing a traditional broadcast. So if someone wants to say something to me, they can just write it on Slack, and I can see that in front of me. Slava, hey Ariel, I recently read an article about the UFC having a clause in their contract stating that they have sort of a stake/claim to a business started by a contracted fighter. Is there any truth to this? And if so, do you know the specifics? Love to listen to you, DC, New York Rick, Meh, and Frank each week. Wow. You had to keep that one in, huh? I don't know if
you gotta show that I'm humble.
The UFC having a clause in their contract stating that they have sort of stake/claim to a business started by... I have not heard that, and I don't even know how they would have a leg to stand on there. I mean, there's a lot of things that are questionable about those. Are they employers? Are they contractors? This, that, and the other. But let's say I'm fighter X. Let's say I'm Sean Strickland, and tomorrow I want to start a mini golf business. I don't think the UFC can have a stake in that. And honestly, I don't even know if they have. I don't know if this question is being asked the right way, but I don't even know if they would try to have a stake in that. So times are interesting now with the contracts and this lawsuit that is pending, that is ongoing, the class action suit. So let's see. Mean Tangerine, what a name. Hey, Ariel, greetings from Vancouver, Canada. Been a fan for ages. Love what you do. Thank you very much. Love Vancouver. Out of all the new champions to be crowned thus far, wild how Volk and Islam are the only ones to remain on top. Really? Wow, that is crazy. Is that What is that true? Let me see here. Pantoja, new champ. O'Malley, new champ. Volk, same. Makhachev, same. Leon, not a new champ, so he is the same too. I guess you're lumping him into the last 13 months, but okay, fine. I'm talking 2023. Sean Strickland. Wow, that is weird looking at the website and see. That is wild. They still have Jamal Hill up there, but it sounds like they're going to go with a vacant fight. John Jones, Grasso, Zhang. When did Zhang win the belt? Wasn't it last year? It was last year, right?
Yeah, it was 2022.
Yeah, so. And then bantamweight is vacant. But anyway, which champion do you think has the ability to string together the most title defenses going forward? My money is on Sugar Sean. Of the new champions, who has the ability to last the longest? Wow. So that would be between Pantoja, O'Malley, Strickland, Grasso, Jones. Yeah. What do you guys think?
Jones.
Yeah. I mean, I lean towards Jones. Pantoja?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Flyweight's tough.
Who do you lean towards?
I don't know. This sport's too hard to predict.
Yeah. I mean, let's just say that... Okay, Pantoja's next fight against Royval, he could win that fight.
For sure. He'll probably be the favorite in it.
By the way, I'm told now that Eubank is coming on. So stay tuned. He might be popping on.
All right.
Let's see. So he could win that fight. By the way, all the people in the chat that were giving us shit, I hope you I got 2 words for you. If he does come on, please apologize. O'Malley is probably going to fight Cheeto. I mean, he'll win that fight, so he can have it for a bit. Strickland, if he fights DDP, what do you guys think after that conversation with DDP and after speaking to Nicksick? What do you guys think? Do you think DDP is getting a title shot? And after Dana's comments, I don't think so either. and then
quite simply no.
And then yesterday he kind of tried to walk it back a little bit, but I will say, so I do the post show on Saturday night after the events, and I'm sometimes monitoring Twitter and people are recapping, and it's no fault of their own, but sometimes when you read something on Twitter and then you actually watch the clip, it's 2 very different things, right? And when I saw, okay, rematch, we like it, I was like, all right. And then I saw the clip, I was like, he's just kind of saying I don't hate the idea, but he was very non-committal. And so I don't know if I don't know what he's referring to when he gets all upset about people running with it. But I get the feeling that he is somewhat non-committal about the rematch, but I also get the feeling that I don't think he's jumping at the opportunity to give DDP the next title shot. I feel like the winner of Khamzat and Paulo will be in prime position. What do you guys think?
I honestly think this is all a waste of time because we're in the same situation we'll always be in, which is who's available when they want to make the fight. And without us knowing when they want to make the fight, this is all a waste of time.
Fair.
Because if Khamzat wins and he's available, great. If he doesn't, they'll go to DDP gladly and they'll do that fight. We're just spinning our wheels until we know the next time that Sean Strickland's going to fight. Because otherwise we're in the same situation that happened with Israel Adesanya, where it was yeah, it's going to be DDP. And then it wasn't. And then it was Sean Strickland. And they didn't want to do that. And they were dragged into it kicking and screaming. And then they did it. And now he's the champion. So this is all irrelevant, if I'm being completely honest. It's next man up. Whenever that fight is booked for their calendar, whoever is available, that's who it'll be.
Who should get the title shot?
Oh, God, I hate this.
What?
Man, Rick
there is
not
no
about this
meritocracy.
Waste of time.
It's not. It's just it's the conversation. We're talking
hypotheticals, man.
Stop being so no nonsense.
Ugh.
I mean, I think DDP should get
who
it, bro.
deserves it? Ugh.
He beat the hell out of Robert.
Listen, easy for you to say sitting over there. I'm trying to move this show along and buy us some time, all right? Jesus Christ.
It appears as if
I know. I just saw that, but I'm trying to have some banter here, okay? It's been 3 straight hours. Golly.
TDP has the best win at middleweight, in my opinion. He deserves it from that perspective. He has the best win at middleweight. Even if Hamzat beats Paulo Costa or Paulo Costa beats Hamzat,
100%.
that is not a better win than Robert Whittaker.
Finishing Robert Whittaker.
Yeah. The way he did that, you can't do it better than that.
He also did finished Eric Brunson, finished Darren Till as well before that.
Yep.
Like, deservedly, he deserves the title shot.
If we're looking at resumes only, his is A++.
He says he's gonna. You talk about who's gonna be ready, Rick. He said in that interview today he'll be ready by December. So
yeah, but he kind of also alluded to the idea that like he'd want to turn around and fight Izzy, and he wasn't, and that's okay. And I'm not gonna fault him for that. But like saying that now on September 13th doesn't mean anything if the fight's at some unknown date. We'll see.
I doubt Strickland's fighting in December.
No way. There's a bunch of guys who need to be in there before him who are waiting on title fights. All right, let's put a pin in this. We'll revisit in a moment. We do. So everyone in the chat who was giving me crap for not producing Chris Eubank Jr., you can all suck it, all right? Because he is here. And so without further ado, let us say hello for the very first time to the man who just beat Liam Smith, the great Chris Eubank Jr., kind enough to join us on the program. Yes? No? No? Yes? Oh,
good evening. I am here.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm in Dubai right now. It's nearly 12 at night.
I know.
I came out of my dinner to come and speak to you guys.
You're not happy about it, I can tell. You're probably cursing.
No.
You're annoyed.
I don't mind. It's okay.
Why did they book it? Why did they book it for the 11:30 Dubai time? Why didn't they tell me?
I have no idea. I guess it's the time difference. I'm not sure what time it is where you guys are. I think we're like 8 hours now or something.
And
crazy.
You probably said, I don't know this
it's all good.
MMA jabroni. Why am I interrupting my dinner? I have no clout with you. I'm a nobody to you, and you're like, I shouldn't waste my time with this guy, right? If I was IFL, you would have done it at the dinner table.
You want to hear something crazy?
Tell me.
I actually watch way more UFC than I do boxing.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I guess I box so much. Boxing is such a huge part of my life that in my free time, I don't want to see it. You know, I want to see something different. You know, so if I'm gonna watch a sport, I watch the UFC. That's the main thing I watch.
Who are some guys that I love hearing that? Who are some guys that you really like watching that you will make sure to try and go out of your way to watch in the UFC?
Watched what was the last one I watched? Sean O'Malley.
Oh yeah,
Sean.
Yeah, you like that?
That was a great fight. Volkanovski. Watched that. Listen, I even watched Nate Diaz fight Jake Paul the other day.
Oh yeah,
how crazy is that? Stuff like that is happening because I watched Nate for years, you know, in the UFC. To see him in a boxing ring was pretty funny, and it's just entertaining, man. I like everything about the UFC except, you know, how Dana's monopolized it and how these guys are not getting paid anywhere near how much we're making in boxing. But, you know, that's the only downside to the sport, in my opinion.
Okay, so two very interesting things there. Could I just ask, when you, as a top-level pro boxer, when you're watching Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, do you cringe inside? How do you feel? Are you able to compartmentalize that this is a totally different thing that you're doing? Do you appreciate what they're doing? How do you walk away from that?
Listen, I don't hate on another man's paycheck. I don't hate on another man's hustle. He's found a way to make great money in the sport that I love and that I've dedicated my life to. You know, I'm happy with the paydays I get, so I don't hate on it. But you've got guys who have been in this game their whole lives who haven't made, you know, a percentage of what this guy's making, who obviously look at that like it's not fair. He hasn't paid his dues. He hasn't done enough to earn these big paydays fighting guys who aren't professionals. So I understand it from their point of view. But at the same time, these YouTuber fights are bringing in a new audience to the sport. You got kids and people around the world who maybe never would have thought to watch a boxing match, who are now involved in the sport, who now are invested in watching fighters because their YouTube heroes are in these matchups. So I think that the fanfare transfers over to the real sport. So in that sense, I think it's good. I also think that the paydays that these outfits are giving fighters are way better than what they would be getting in the UFC or smaller fight promotions in boxing. So you can't knock that either. Fighters are getting good money, like real fighters on the undercard. So I think I'm not against it.
I love your take on the business. I'm curious if you think we'll ever see a day where the UFC stars are making close to what the boxing stars, because as you may know, Dana White loves to say that boxing is broken and I could be the one to fix it. And then I look at the paydays and I'm like, well, damn, it looks like the boxing guys are doing pretty well for themselves. So do you ever think that there'll ever be a day where it's a little more equal?
It's impossible. In the UFC, you have a guy who's monopolized the entire MMA world. You can't, if you don't accept what Dana's giving you, goodbye. Find somewhere else to go. Perfect example is Ngannou. In boxing, you have promoters all over the world. You have associations. You have the IBF, the WBO, the WBC, all these different outfits are fighting for the best fighters, the best shows. They're all, all right, come with us and we'll pay you this. The competition is so huge that they're always gonna pay fighters more. Whereas Dana doesn't have to compete with anybody, so he can pay you whatever you want. In terms of business, he's cracked it. You gotta give the guy credit from a business perspective, but from a moral perspective, these guys, they're risking their lives. They're having to go through hell and back to train and prepare and get in the ring and get into the octagon and fight, and they're not being compensated like they should be, in my opinion. So it sucks. It sucks as a fighter. It sucks. But what can you do? You can't do anything until there's more competition. There's nothing you can do.
One last thing on all this. You mentioned Ngannou. Do you think he has a chance on October 28th to beat Tyson Fury? Do you give him any kind of chance?
Every heavyweight has a chance. These guys are too big and they punch too hard to not have a chance. In the heavyweight division, all it takes is one shot. He has a puncher's chance. He cannot outbox Tyson Fury. It's impossible. He could catch him early on. That's, I think, his best bet. If I was to give him some advice as a boxer, I would tell him from round one, run at this guy. Swing for the fences. Hopefully you land something. And you can. You're a skilled striker. You've got knockout power. Yes, you're wearing 16-ounce gloves, which is a hell of a difference, or 10-ounce gloves, which is a big difference compared to the 4-ounce that you wear in the UFC. But Tyson can be put down. We've seen him go down before. So if you catch him, you're going to put him down. That's his best shot. As the fight goes on and he gets tired, he'll start getting jabbed. He'll start getting bamboozled with Tyson's boxing skills. So he needs to take it to him early. Don't try and outbox this guy, because that is not going to be fun.
We just saw you in action a couple of weeks ago. Congratulations, a tremendous win. It was exhilarating to watch, to see how many people were counting you out, and then to see you come back and show everyone who you really are in this rematch to avenge that loss was tremendous theater. And so could I ask, what is a more intense feeling for you? The heartbreak of a devastating loss like the one that you experienced in January, or the exhilaration that comes with a win where you prove everyone wrong and you get back on track and now you're the man and now you're calling all the shots. Which feeling is more intense? What you experienced in January or what you experienced in early September?
It's a good question. I wasn't. If you see me after the win last Saturday, I wasn't jumping up for joy.
Right.
I didn't even smile. That was what was supposed to happen in the first fight. That was what I always knew was going to happen. As long as I stick to the game plan and do what I'm supposed to do, I know I'm a better fighter than this guy. When I lost the first fight, it was. I said it before. It was a miracle shot. It was a freak accident, and it wasn't. I wasn't upset. I wasn't depressed afterwards. I was pissed off. How the hell did I let this guy catch me like that? I was winning the fight. I was comfortable. I was relaxed, maybe a little bit too relaxed. I gave him that opening. Should have never happened. So yeah, I went from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs. That's what happens in boxing. You're only as good as your last fight. When I lost in January, I was finished. I was shot. I was too old. I had made too much money. So I wasn't hungry enough. I didn't want to be in there anymore. I wanted to just go and hang out in Vegas and play poker and travel the world and do all this shit. And now people are talking about, he should fight Canelo and Golovkin and all these names. Conor Ben. You're only as good as your last fight. I got booed into that arena last weekend, and the same guys that I watched these guys booing me as I'm walking past them on the way to the ring. So one guy tried to throw something at me. These same guys are begging me for pictures on the way out.
Huh.
It's insane. It's insane how how fight fans, how fickle they can be.
Right.
But that's what it is. That's what it is. I've been dealing with that my entire career. I've been the bad guy in so many fights, booed into so many arenas, and cheered out. It's just kind of become a part of who I am as a fighter. But there's some big fights out there for me over the next 12 months. So I'm excited, man.
That fickleness, does that ever affect your love of the sport where you're like, you know what, I'm out there, as you say, risking my life, and these people don't appreciate. They want to stab me in the back. They want to turn on me. They want to kick me when I'm down. Why am I doing this?
The people that hate you, the people that love to hate you, people that talk shit about you online. Can you swear on here, by the way?
Absolutely. Say whatever you want, Chris. Yeah, go crazy.
Yeah. The people that talk shit about you online, that troll you, that disrespect you and comments on YouTube and Instagram and saying you're going to get knocked out and all this stuff. These same guys are buying the front row tickets to see you lose. These same guys are paying the pay-per-view to see you lose. So you can't actually be upset. These guys are making a living for you. Sometimes even more than the fans. Sometimes the people that don't like you actually talk about you more than the fans do, believe it or not. So they're actually pushing your agenda because they're talking about your fight. Yeah, they're not talking about it in the positive, but they're still talking about it. And that makes other people involved and invested. Oh, I didn't even know about this guy. Let me check him out because this guy hates him, so he must be a dick. And then they go and check him out, and then they either say, oh, yeah, he is a dick. I'm going to go watch him get knocked out too. Or, you know what? This guy's actually not so bad. I actually kind of like this guy. I hope he wins. Yeah, I'm going to tune in too. So I never got caught up on the whole, the haters and the doubters and the trolls. I never took that personally. Hey, as long as you're watching, I'm happy.
Who, in your opinion, was vilified more? Conor Ben, who failed multiple drug tests, or Chris Eubank, who just lost, a somewhat, shocking, a shocking result to a guy who a lot of people thought you were going to win and the towel was thrown and all that. Who do you think got more heat as a result of those two things?
Listen, Connor's Connor. You can't really compare. There's no one you can compare to Connor. He has the whole world knows who he is. You know, he actually sponsored me for my last fight.
No, I'm talking about Conor Ben, by the way. Conor Ben.
Oh, okay. This is an MMA show. I thought you were talking about McGregor.
No, I know my thing. I'm saying I felt like so many people criticized you and hated on you after that fight just for losing a fight. That's what happens. You lose a fight. And, and then I was wondering if you ever sat back and being like, am I getting more shit than the guy who failed a couple drug tests and blew up the whole thing on fight week? I was wondering if you looked at it that way.
Oh yeah, it was close. It was close, man.
Isn't that crazy?
For 6 months, I had people going in, and it was rough. It was and yeah, I'm thinking, well, listen, I'm at least I'm a clean athlete. At least I didn't quit. I the way I got stopped, I was on my feet begging the referee to let me to continue. And when he waved it off, I ran over to the other side of the ring where Liam Smith was, and I looked him in his eyes because I knew the rematch was going to happen. I looked him in his eyes just to let him know, yeah, okay, you got this one, but I'm here. I'm ready to go. You didn't knock me out. You didn't stop me. The referee stopped the fight. And, I'm going to get my get back whenever the rematch happens. That was my mind. That was my mindset after that first loss. And I watched the replay back, and I said to myself, I said to my team, I'll take that. I can accept that type of defeat, as in, it wasn't me quitting. I wasn't looking up at the referee. All right, 8, 9, 10. You know what? No, I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. I didn't quit on my stool. I was up on my feet, ready to go. I can live with that. I can sleep with that at night. But that was, that whole scenario was all I thought about for the next half a year. Just replaying that moment and thinking about it and imagining how I'm going to turn it around, envisaging everything I needed to do to make sure in the rematch that never happened again. And then obviously, as you guys saw in the rematch, it was a completely different fight.
The eventual 2023 Trainer of the Year, Brian McIntyre, Bomac, was in your corner for this fight. And I'm just wondering, this is the first time you worked together, I'm wondering when you realized that you made the right choice to link up with him. Was there a moment where you were like, oh, this is my guy. This is the right call. This is the guy who should be by my side?
Yeah, I mean, he's a great trainer. He has a great team around him. I've never had a team before. I know that sounds insane.
Yeah.
But it is the truth. I've trained myself for many, many years. And when I did have trainers, it was just one guy. I trained with Roy for a few years, Roy Jones. He was supposed to train me for this last fight, but then he couldn't do it. But it was just Roy. He didn't have a team. Bomac has, strength and conditioning, a nutritionist. There's other pad man. There's two pad guys. There's a whole community, around you. And that, I was watching fights for the first time with the team. Breaking things down, strategizing. I'd never done any of this stuff before.
Wow.
Most of my career was just, I didn't even, I'd watch a couple fights of the guy on YouTube, and I would just go in the gym, train. All right, get me that guy to spar. I'm going to do this many rounds on the bag. That was, I would just control everything. This was the first camp where I really just let go. All right, you guys tell me what to do, and I'm just gonna do it. It was nice. It was a relief. I didn't have to. The mental pressures of preparing for a camp were kind of taken off of me because I didn't have to schedule things. I didn't have to. They just had everything in place, and that was great. So yeah, shout out to Bomac, and I think that's going to be my guy for the foreseeable future.
Is there anything you can tell us about his status? Is he still in the UK? Is he still dealing with that situation that was very unfortunate after the fight?
Yes, he is.
He is. Wow.
He's still in the UK. He's being held in the UK. I can't talk too much on it because, you know, there's a lot of legal stuff going on right now. I still don't even know how it happened, why it happened. Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy situation. I have no idea how it's going to play out. We just got to pray that, you know, we can get him out of there and get him back to where he's supposed to be.
Okay. And just a couple more for you. I appreciate that it's late over there, so I won't keep you much longer. This is great to finally get a chance to talk to you. I know you have a lot of options. Canelo's fighting on September 30th. You mentioned Kell Brook. You mentioned Triple G. Everyone thinks that the fight with you and Conor Benn would be a gigantic thing. 80,000 people has been said. I saw Eddie Hearn seconds after your win, you know, pushing it on social media. They had a video ready to go, all that stuff. And I know you have said it will happen at some point. You just don't know when. It may not happen next, but it will have to happen at some point. Now that some time has passed, can you say, like, are you leaning in one direction? Are you confident? You know, like, do you feel like you are leaning towards one side or the other, one guy or the other? Is there anything you could tell us about who you'll be fighting next?
It's only been, you know, it's been like 9, 10, 11
I know.
days
We're just
since I last
eager.
fought, so
We're anxious.
yeah. Things though in boxing, you can't, you know, these things take time. There's definitely, I can't give you a timeline on when the Conor Benn fight will happen. There's still a lot of stuff that he's got to get straight. Would I like to fight him next? Yes, it's a great fight. It's a fight that the fans have been dying to see for a long time, and it will happen. But I can't say whether it will be next. There's so many great names out there. You just have to see when and where and how these fights can be made.
Okay.
There's a lot of politics in boxing. It's not like the UFC where you got one guy and you can just say, all right, you. There's so many different entities and people involved in making a fight. You know, and that's maybe the downside of having so many different you know, communities in the boxing world. Yes, you're going to get paid more, but it is a hell of a lot harder to make these big fights because you don't have one guy controlling everything.
Will you be in Las Vegas on September 30th, front row, ringside, to maybe get in the mix there for Canelo's next fight?
What date is it?
September 30th.
Of course. I will be in Vegas towards the end of this month.
Okay.
So yes, I think I will make it to that fight.
Okay, that would be fantastic. Could I ask you, how are things with your father? Are you able to tell us, like, the state of your relationship with him? How did you speak to him after the fight? Did you hear from him after the fight?
I heard from him. He said congratulations. You know, my old man is he's a different spirit. He's not a normal guy. So you know, he's okay. He's doing well, which is the most important thing. And he wants the best for me. So you know, I'm happy.
You feel at peace with where you're at? You know, he's been on my show before, and he was one of my favorite guests ever because he's such a captivating character. And as a father myself, I was a bit bummed to see some of the things that were being said over the last year or so. And so I'm just wondering if you feel at peace with where things are at with him.
Listen, father and son relationship is you have your ups and downs. That's just part of life. You know, at the moment, things are, you know, there's things that have happened in our family life which have, you know, affected things. But he'll always be my old man. He'll always be my father. I'll always love him. And whatever problems we may be having to deal with, we will get through.
Okay. Last question for you. You said it a bunch of times, and it's a word that stuck with me even in the aftermath of the fight. You said you battled a lot of demons going into this fight. And I'm wondering, does the win on September 2nd in your opinion, exorcise those demons? Are they all gone, or do you still feel like you are battling demons?
I mean, those demons were specific to that fight. So yes, those demons are gone. You know, I had to live with people saying I was finished for 6 months. People saying that Liam Smith is a better fighter than me. I could never beat him. He's going to knock me out again. I'm finished. You know, so those are the demons that you're dealing with. You know, and you see it so much and you hear it so much, and it's like, you know, damn, maybe they're right. Shit, you know, everyone's saying it. You know, look at the betting odds here. I'm such a huge underdog. You know, those demons start creeping into your mind. That little devil on your shoulder. You have to slap that son of a bitch off. Hey, listen, I know what I am. I know what I've done. I know what I'm capable of. You know, I'm a bad boy out here. I'm not finished. I'm just getting started. I'm going to show these guys. I'm going to show these people. I'm going to show myself that I'm the real deal. That's what I did.
You certainly did. What a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for doing this, Chris, especially at that hour. Really appreciate it. Congratulations and good luck to you moving forward. Hopefully we could do it again in the future.
Okay, good man. Speak to you soon.
Cheers. There he is. Chris Eubank Jr. What a great chat that was. Really enjoyed it. And what a win for him on the 2nd of September, as they say overseas. And yes, he does have a lot of options now. If you guys missed it, there wasn't there weren't a lot of people who thought that he was going to lose to Liam Smith in January, and then it seemed like everything caved in on him. And this fight happened at the same time as the Paris card, and so Cyril Gane won, I remember, and then he came on right after. It was fantastic, and the UK scene is booming right now as far as boxing is concerned. And him versus Conor Benn would be gigantic. Obviously, him versus Canelo would be huge. Canelo has to get by Charlo on September 30th, and Canelo gets to pick his shots. He can essentially say, I want you next, and that person is going to fight him who would say no to that. If he doesn't get Canelo, and I don't know if he would be at the top of the list, he mentioned Triple G, he mentioned Kell Brook. To me, the Conor Benn fight is way bigger than any of those, including Triple G, who is a legend, but just doesn't have the same name as he once did. If you are unfamiliar with Chris Eubank, we just showed you his father on the show. His father is a legend and one of the greatest of all time as far as boxing and British boxing in particular is concerned. And he had a rivalry with Conor Benn's father, Nigel Benn, and that's why this fight was so big. It resonated so much in the UK, and it was so devastating for Matchroom and everyone involved when it fizzled out. Literally on like the Wednesday or Thursday, and this topic has been covered ad nauseum. I listen to a lot of Talk Sport. I'm a big fan of their style of doing radio as opposed to what we get here in the United States. And they're still talking about the Conor Benn drug tests. And it was a very UFC-like story because it doesn't happen often in boxing. We've had some positive tests as of late, but where it happens like on fight week, it's very rare that this happens, it feels like, in boxing. And it was reminiscent of the UFC 200 saga with John Jones and all that stuff. And this happened, you know, just a couple of days before the big fight. If they can run it back and salvage it, it would just be gigantic. It would be, I mean, it would capture a region. It would capture a country's attention because everyone who is of a certain age, you know, 40, 50, 60, 70 over there, they all watched Eubank Ben, the dads. And then, you know, all the younger fans know about the, you know, the current stars. And Conor Benn is, you know, he's a popular guy. He's got a great look. He's a great fighter as well. Unfortunate what happened last year. So let's see. And he was referring to, there was a tragedy that struck the Eubank family where his brother unfortunately passed away recently, and he has sort of taken up the father figure role in his brother's son's life, who's a very young kid. A clip went viral recently of him coming home He spends a lot of time in the UAE and coming back there and reuniting with the young boys. So that was beautiful to see. And so, an interesting story to follow. We love monitoring these things, and we accept all the apologies of everyone who said that, we got played and that he wasn't coming on. Because I saw it. I looked at the chat. Even the back. Even New York Rick made a new graphic, as he should have. But I'm sorry, you have to put back. Let me just squeeze in this last question here. John and HB. Ariel, Ian Gary's been vocal about wanting Wonder Boy and has seen flashes that Thompson is down. But do you think Uncle Dana will stay true to punishing people for not wanting to fight and not let Wonder Boy get that fight? Or is this an exception because of how they're trying to build Ian Gary? Gracias, John and HB. Look, I do think that they can be spiteful. I do think that there are also other people in charge as well. Hunter Campbell, McMaynard, Sean Shelby. So I actually will go back to what New York Rick said. And what New York Rick said, I think, was very apropos. It often comes back to, when they need this slot filled. When do they need this guy to fight? And so if they want Ian Gary in December, and if Wonder Boy is the guy, then Wonder Boy will be the guy. If they want him in December and he's not available, then he won't be the guy. So I understand what he is saying when he says that, but there's also a game to be played, who should be next, who should not be next, is all a very fun game to play as well. But I think the Ian Gary Wonder Boy fight makes a lot of sense. And quite frankly, I agree with Ian. I don't want to see Wonder Boy get wrestled. Now, I think the Usman fight is a little bit different because they're two, older fighters, and, Usman has something to prove and he needs to get back on track as well. And maybe he wants to fight a former champion and not be the potential stepping stone for an up-and-comer, for a rising star. I do think Wonder Boy should have a say in this matter too. And to Chris Eubank's point, this is one of many differences between boxing and MMA. In MMA, you don't necessarily always have a say. In boxing, you do. Chris Eubank has a say as to who he'll fight next. Wonder Boy, maybe not so much. And then, God forbid, you say no, and you're injured or unavailable, all this stuff. And God forbid you make weight, and you don't want to fight in 2 weeks. God forbid you don't want to make weight again 2 weeks later because your opponent missed weight. God forbid you stand up and say, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to do that. Maybe I'm not going to do that. So interesting times. Speaking of which, we end with our last guest of the day, and I say it every time, but it is 6:30 in the morning over there in Sydney, so we have to get to him right away and not make him wait. What a mensch he is. One of one, Robert Whittaker is. I sent out the request kind of thinking that they would say, but, very relevant, very good to have him on now, especially considering what happened on Saturday. And within seconds, you get the yes, and you're reminded at just how special this man is. So here he is, Robert Whittaker, kind enough to join us once again. Hello, Rob. How are you?
Good, mate. Good, mate. Thanks for having me again.
A pleasure. A pleasure as always. Good morning to you as well. Thank you for doing this. I didn't have a chance to speak to you after the July fight. And so could I ask, it's only been 2 months. Do you feel like you're over July, or is that only coming the next time you fight?
Like the result of the July fight, is that what you're
Yeah.
meaning?
Just what transpired, yeah.
Yeah, I guess definitely. I don't think I'm over it because it pissed me off. That was a night that I didn't turn up to fight, and that doesn't sit well with me. And I don't want to get over it because I'm using that as fuel. I've been just locking myself in the gym, training myself to be better, to just take it to that next level. I don't want to have this sort of end career. I do believe the best of me hasn't yet come out, and I'm using it as fuel. I don't want to forget it.
Okay, fair enough. When you say you didn't turn up that night, do you chalk the performance up to that, or was it more than that?
It could have been a number of things. Everything in hindsight is easy to point fingers at. I I just know personally that night when I got in there, I wasn't thinking about the fight. I didn't feel myself, and
wow,
for whatever reason that is,
Has that ever happened?
Yeah, no, it hasn't. There are times, and I guess that's why it upsets me so much. Is because there's times I go into fights, like with that first Israel fight. There's times I go into fights and I give it a good hard crack, and I come out short. And I understand that it doesn't take the brunt away from it, but I know I fought a good fight, and I went out there to the best of my capabilities at the time, and gave it a good swing. I don't feel that with the last fight, and that upsets me more than the loss ever could.
A lot of the talk was like, oh man, there's levels to this game. Rob is on a different level. This is a big mistake for the UFC, a big mistake for DDP. I mean, I'll be honest, I was saying that same stuff. Do you feel like you believe that too much? But did that come into play at all?
No, I don't. So I don't really pay attention to those sort of comments, because I do understand the threat that every fight brings with it. It's just a matter of how I was feeling on the night. It could have stemmed from a lot of different things. Like I said, hindsight's 20/20, and all I can do is all I know is that it was a tough way to get a kick up the ass. It was it's something that's going to shape the rest of my career, and better now than later.
Do you find it at night? Are you thinking about it? Do you dream about it? Is it constantly on your thoughts?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Definitely not. It's just the fuel that's pushing me in the gym. Like I got back into the gym faster than I ever have, and I've just been training like a madman because, and it's not training because I feel like that's what I need to do. No, it's training because I want to. I want to train. I want to get in there and become better and evolve, and never let that happen again. And I'm excited. I do believe it was necessary because, it's just, I think it's something that I needed to have happen. For me to take that next leg up, because every time I've lost, I have come back a much better fighter.
How long did you take before you got back in the gym?
Oh, it would have been a week.
Oh wow!
I just healing over the bumps and scrapes, and then just got straight back in there.
You may not have been paying attention, but the whole scene that happened afterwards in the cage that night, right after your fight, considering your history with Israel, did that add insult to injury?
No, not to me.
Okay.
It was a bit crass, wasn't it? It was he's got to lay off the terps a little bit, I think, mate.
I just didn't know if you were by the way, maybe it took some of the attention away from you, all that in the aftermath. So maybe it was somewhat of a blessing in that regard. And then by the way, I'm just curious, did you ever ask yourself, why am I fighting in Las Vegas if there's a Sydney card 2 months later and it's been a while since UFC has been in Sydney? Did you find that to be strange?
No, because it was me. I was the reason why. I wanted to fight. I wanted to fight Dricus. I wanted to fight in July because February fell over and I didn't want to wait all the way to September.
Okay.
To get in the octagon. And that might have been one of the contributing factors to me not being in the headspace that I need to be, is because like I said, it's too hard to point fingers. It was a tough fight. He showed up, and I do believe though it's the catalyst that I needed.
Was he better than you thought he would be?
No. That's what do you want me to say? No.
Okay.
He beat me. It's that's why it hurts. That's why I said that's why I'm upset so much for the loss. It isn't because of just losing. It's about not giving a good account of myself. And I went in there, and I know I can beat him. I know I can beat that guy. And, this is with all respect, hats off to him. He showed up on the night and he beat me. But I know I can beat him. And I didn't have my best foot forward, and it upsets me so.
Okay. Were you surprised when he said he couldn't fight Israel? Like, as a result, like, getting a win over you punches anyone's ticket, right? And ultimately he couldn't do it. Or did you understand on the flip side, hey, it's 2 months later, he was just in a gruesome fight. Like, it's kind of understandable not to take the title fight. What was your reaction when you heard that?
It's a tricky situation because obviously you need the time to rest and recuperate. And jumping into a title fight with someone like Izzy isn't something you can just throw yourself into unless you're Sean. Right. But saying no to a title fight is a big no, dude. Like, you don't. Yeah, it's hard to say. It might be the smart. Is it the smart decision though? It's tricky. Normally, when you're given a chance, you go for it. But if you can't fight, you can't fight. Yeah, and you need to. If the fight is important enough, you need to treat it with the amount of respect it deserves.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that even a banged up 2 months later, Dricus Du Plessis beats the Israel that we saw this past weekend?
Maybe, because the weekend opened our eyes to, a scenario playing out that I do believe this, that could have always happened. It's just you needed someone with the skill set to be able to implement it. If we're moving on to the Sean fight on the weekend.
Yeah.
Sean just had an answer for Israel. He cut off the cage. He shut down Izzy's distance fighting by not letting him open up in center ring at all, and had his back to the fence the entire fight. It was honestly hats off to him and his coaching team because it was amazing to watch. You got to agree.
Yeah, 100%. Did you think he had a chance going in?
You know what? I did. Wow. I did.
Did you say this to anyone? Is this on the record anywhere?
Perhaps. Okay. Did I think he could put? Because the thing is, the last fight that we saw in Sean, that style, the way he fought, that was the ticket to beating Israel. But obviously, with the skill discrepancy and the level difference of Israel and his last opponent, it's very hard to quantify how that would work against Izzy. That threat style, that pressure style that Sean likes, his height, his reach, the way he boxes, his shelling ability, the way he likes standing in threat range where he can hit you and you can hit him, but he's defensively sound and still moving forward. That is a perfect way to fight Izzy. Now, the big ticket question was, how much damage is he going to receive trying to get into that space, trying to close that distance, trying to put the pressure on to start slowing Israel down, keep him on his bike the entire 25 minutes. And, mate, not much damage, right? It was just such a well-executed plan. And I'm sure, and I'm certain that the knockdown in round one also played a huge role in the success of the game plan for the other 4 rounds, because it just boosted Sean's confidence up to here and dropped Izzy's confidence down to here because it was working. And, mate, that's all you need sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, Izzy as well, if not better than any other fighter in the UFC because of the time that you spent in the cage with him. And for lack of a better word, I'll say surprised, but you say that you thought Sean had a chance here. I'm just wondering, like, what stood out to you more? What surprised you more? The way Izzy fought or the way Sean fought?
Sean, definitely Sean. And no, I say I didn't, if we're going to be honest, I didn't think Sean would win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I never rule out any fights because fights are crazy. The small gloves change everything. But if, like, let's say I was a betting man, I would have had to have backed Israel, right? Just because of the track record and his defensive capabilities is like bar none, right?
Right.
But I did see an avenue for Sean to win the fight. And when you see this with every card every week, you see, a fighter going up against another fighter. And you're like, it's a hard fight. He's got one avenue to success, but if he does it, he wins. And a lot of the times that's not how fights play out. But Sean did it to a T. And I guess Sean surprised me with just how effective he was at shutting down Izzy's game, just how effective the game plan was, just how effective his defense was, just how effective moving into that threat range where punches are live but kicks are kind of taken out of action, just how much that would put a pin in Izzy's game. Like, he took away the space that Izzy thrives in, and that just shut him down completely, because Izzy's main form of defense is evading backwards, going backwards and then using an angle. And Sean, putting the pressure on that he did, had Izzy's back up against the fence where he just nullified his main defensive aspect.
Are you as surprised, and this is great insight, thank you so much for this, are you as surprised as I am that he won the way in which he did and as dominant as he was? And everything you're saying obviously happened and is exactly on point, but without going for a single takedown. Never had to use his wrestling, grappling, anything. He beat him standing from beginning to end. Does that surprise you?
Yes and no. I thought Sean's game plan would have been to try and muddy it up a bit, because I didn't think he would have the success standing that he did. Okay. But I personally always knew, especially after that second fight with Izzy, I do believe that the ticket to beating Izzy is stand up. You have to beat him standing, which is tricky because he's so good at striking. But I do believe that if you focus too much on trying to take him down and stuff, you start closing off the true avenue of beating him, which is exactly as Sean did. Put the pressure on, make him uncomfortable. Don't give him space to get creative.
Wow. That is fascinating. When I say, Sean Strickland is a middleweight champion, and by virtue of being the champion of the middleweight division, people will say you're the best middleweight in the world. I say Sean Strickland is the best middleweight in the world. What is your response to that statement?
Yeah, mate, he's on top of the he's on top of the pile right now. He should revel in it. He should enjoy it, because every single middleweight and their friend is coming for him, and he knows it, dude.
Who do you think he should fight in his first defense? If you're Dana White, who are you booking him against?
Oh, it's tricky. Because it's tricky. You've seen the top five. It is such a weird place to be right now, right? Because everyone, it's like he's beat him, then he beat him, then he beat him, and it's just a funny place to be in. I do believe, because me personally, I wanted to fight Sean. Like I wanted to fight him, and I was making all these plans.
So you thought Izzy beats Sean, and you fight Sean?
Yeah, that was like the safer play on a timeliner, and then I fight Sean because I haven't fought him and he was in the top five. But then he went and became champion. Threw a spanner in the works. Sean, bloody hell. No, honestly, I think his opinion should have some weight to it. I think he had a huge upset win, and he took the fight on relatively late notice as well. I think him being the champion, it should have a weight in who he wants to fight.
So if you were Sean, who would you pick? Knowing the kind of fighter that he is, what's the best fight? What's the best choice?
Oh, probably myself.
Yeah.
I'm an easy pickings. I'm easy pickings, Just get in my face and let's go. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that.
Well, how do you think how do you think he would react, or what do you think of the idea of Izzy getting an immediate rematch? Is that quote unquote fair?
Well, let's take fair out of the equation.
Okay.
Life isn't fair, right?
Fair.
But but I think it's silly if Izzy gets an immediate rematch, because this isn't his first loss as champion. He didn't defend the belt again. He lost to Pereira, got the belt back, and then lost it again. And you have to ask, like, is the idea just to keep letting him have rematches when he loses? Like, relax. It's that's the fight game. It puts the UFC in a tricky position because Izzy's kind of one of their premier guys. He's one of the poster boys. But I think he's got some work to do.
As someone who lives in Australia, I'm just wondering, were you surprised at the reaction to Sean all week, and in particular when he won? You would have thought Sean was Australian. It was amazing. It was like kind of mind blowing to see that reaction. Izzy lives obviously in New Zealand. I know New Zealand. People try to sometimes like blend the two, but it's a lot closer to Australia than Las Vegas. Were you surprised by that reaction?
No, I would have been surprised the other way.
Really? Why is that?
It's just I don't know, and everybody knows I'm not friends with Izzy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate the guy, but I'm not friends with him by any means. We just rub each other the wrong way, and he seems to rub a lot of people the wrong way. And I've got to say, Sean was wearing, he was wearing the hat. he was wearing the hat. That's
all it takes.
That's something. Maybe that's all it takes.
It was like the pop when they said, when Bruce Buffer said "and knew." I mean, it was like he was from there. It was really, to me, shocking. But I guess I understand where you're. I thought maybe your history with him played a part in that as well, right? Like those people are probably, if you're fighting Sean, it's different, perhaps. Right?
Yeah, perhaps. And like, everyone's done silly things, I guess Sean's been, I think, very offensive to a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
But not to us yet. Maybe we've been out of the crosshairs a little bit, so maybe that played a role. But another thing is, like, the fans and the guys that showed up on Sunday, they like seeing hard fights. They like seeing good fights. Sean went out there and gave his all and had one of the biggest upsets.
One thing
in the middleweight division.
I was curious to get your take on this.
People love that.
If you had a take, the whole thing that happened with him and Dricus Du Plessis brought out some ugliness about who's from Africa, who's not from Africa, and then a clip came out about him talking about you from your build-up. Were you aware of any of this, and did you feel like there was any sort of, for lack of a better word, hypocrisy there because it was bothering him? And he said, okay.
Yeah, no, it was, I always thought that was funny, like the debate on where people are from with Dricus and Izzy. And then I was sitting here on the side like what? You know what I mean? It was like that, but I also saw Izzy said sorry about that as well.
Yes.
Like he shouldn't have done that, and that I accept his apology. And you're right, you shouldn't do things like that. You should leave that sort of stuff out of the business. We're in here fighting for a living. We're modern day warriors. We don't need to conduct ourselves like that. I think you can be proud of representing wherever you want, as long as like it's your home soil and you're proud to do so and you do so properly.
Mm-hmm. So for you,
they're just trying to get under each other's skin.
Yeah, I know. It was listen. I talked about it. I had feelings about it, and then we're reminded of the stuff that he said about you, and it's like, I can understand why people are saying, well, why was it okay to say that but not say this? generally probably best to leave all of that alone, as you said.
100%. And that's the thing with like how you conduct yourself, because don't think for an instant, and this is to all the fighters on the weekend, don't think for an instant that you can say something today and then 10 years down the track, it's not going to come up. It'll come up. It's always there, especially in today's day and age with recordings and everything else. And there's someone behind the computer screen that hates your guts, and he saved that clip or that short, and he's going to throw it in your face when you make something, when you're a big enough name for it to hurt. It's there. That's why you got to conduct yourself professionally. We're professionals. We're athletes. We get paid for this. Do so professionally.
And are you referring as well to like all the talk, like some of that talk on the microphone, to homophobic slurs like that? This is a midday card, right? I mean, it's like this is happening midday.
You shouldn't be swearing like that before midday.
Yes, I mean it's
dude. Relax. And I'm not one to tell anybody to act anyway. You can do what you feel is best, right? But there are kids watching this. We're trying to inspire the next generation, and we want them to, God willing, we want them to be better than us. So you need to be better than yourself.
Amen. Do you want to fight again this year?
It's tricky. I want to fight anyone. I want to fight a top 5 opponent, because that's where I am.
Sure.
I want to fight a top 5 opponent. And mate, I just want to flog whoever they put in front of me. That's where I am in the game right now. I'm training, I'm enjoying the training, and I'm itching at the bit to get in there and just put a beating on the next guy. And I'll wait until the UFC come to me with a ticket.
Okay, so you're not saying like I need to fight by December, give me X, Y, and Z.
Nah, because you see that's kind of how the July fight happened, and I feel. Okay. Rushing it like that, feeling the urgency to fight, and to just fight because I can, I don't know. It didn't work it didn't work like I had done my entire career, which is my objective is to get to the top of the tree, get to the top of the pile. So I need to work towards that goal. So now I'm just going to fight whoever the UFC put in front of me.
Okay.
And just put on a good showing and get closer to that gold, because, mate, I want that gold back. I want that strap back.
Maybe the timeline or the date or month isn't there, but now that Sean is champion and maybe not available next, is there a new top choice for you to fight next?
I'm not worried. Okay. As long as he's in the top 5, I feel like I've earned the right to fight top 5 guys. I've put in a lot of good work in this division, and a top 5 guy shows that I'm right there and wanting. I'm chasing that gold still.
We just spoke to a guy named Chris Eubank Jr., who's a very famous boxer. I don't know if you're familiar with him, and he lost the fight in January, and a lot of people turned on him and said, "Oh, you're shot, you're done, this, that, and the other." And then he came back and won his next fight against the same guy just 2 weeks ago. And he talked about people like, trolling him and feeling like they turned against him. The UK fans are very passionate as far as boxing is concerned. You have a very special relationship with the fans, and you're one of the most beloved fighters on the roster. And I'm wondering if you felt any of that. Like, I remember when you posted the video after the fight, and all the comments were like, "You're the man, Rob." It was so supportive. Did you feel any negativity whatsoever? Did you see people trying to kick you while you were down, or was it all just love and support after the DDP fight?
I would have to say 99% of it was just love and support.
Wow.
And
that's rare, by the way. This, right?
Yeah, but you got to understand as well, it's not something that just popped up. It's because I have been honest, and the way I've conducted myself since day dot. They support me for who I am, not for what, not for just what I do. And yeah, I got to say that I would have to have the best fans in the world because of their support. I saw Izzy's, a lot of Izzy's fans and just comments and stuff like that. And mate, you know, like attracts like. If you act a certain way, you're going to attract certain people. And yeah, I'm very proud of the people that have flocked to me, that have come and supported me. And that's not saying that I haven't had any negativity. Like there are heaps of guys that DM me going, "Why did you lose? Yeah. How could you do that to me?" And I'm like, sorry, bro. Like the MMA community sometimes can be pretty brutal, but I think that's with all fans everywhere, right? It's just in the fight world, because you are out there by yourself and you take the loss by yourself, it can feel so lonely, which just exasperates all the other bad comments and hate sometimes.
Yeah, I will say though, like I didn't go all the way down, but the amount, like I've seen those post-fight posts and I've seen how brutal the fans could be sometimes. And like on yours, it felt like 99% positivity, which was very cool to see. And also speaks of, you know, the relationship that you have with the fans and how you've conducted yourself. So well done on that. I'd be remiss before I don't let you go. And I probably should have started the interview with this. You posted, speaking of social media, some photos of one of your kids going through a tough time. Is everyone doing okay now?
No, everyone's well. He had sleep apnea.
Oh,
and
wow.
He got his tonsils and adenoids out to try and remedy that. And it's been great. You know, tough little kid.
Wow. How old is he?
He's two. He's two. That's why it was kind of how you're going, because he's just so young, you know, and nobody likes seeing their kid go through anything like that. So, but it was a common surgery, and he's a tough guy.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you as always for coming on, especially early, Rob. I really appreciate it. Great, tremendous insight. Thank you for talking about the fight in July as well. I know that's not probably one of your favorite topics to discuss, especially at 6:30 in the morning. So much appreciated. And hopefully after these interviews, you have a nice big, I never ask you what you do after the interview. Do you have a nice big breakfast? Like what's the routine and since you're up here?
Yeah, that's it. I just have some way more coffee. I have some breakfast. I get the kids up for school. I annoy them to wake up, because if I'm up, they're up. You know?
Okay.
So,
perfect.
and then I hit the gym. And thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
As always. And I apologize to the kids for making them wake up early as a result of you waking up early. But I appreciate you very much. Thank you, Rob. All the best.
Thanks, mate. Take it easy.
There he is, the great Robert Whittaker. What insight on the fight. We've been lucky on this particular week of shows. We've been very lucky to have some amazing insight on this fight from the likes of Chris Curtis, from Eric Nicksick, from DDP, from Robert. Robert's takes were really interesting as well. From Chael. I mean, it's been a lot of great conversations. I love that sort of stuff. When there's a fight that feels like it was so big, so seismic that you could even talk about it going into next week, which I'm sure we'll still be talking about this fight and the aftermath for quite some time. I couldn't get in the Starfield. I couldn't figure it out, guys. You know, I thought...
I mean, you had an easy segue. You were like, what do you do after the interview? That's what
Starfield.
You go play and say go play some Starfield?
Yeah, you're right.
Guess not. Guess not.
I guess it doesn't resonate with me. I don't even know what it is. It was, you know...
That's the whole point of interviewing.
Trying to get you on the end,
learn.
you know? And he's like, that Helwani, he's a real stand-up guy. Knows about my video game habits.
Now he's probably like not even interested in half of what I do.
I felt like ending with his son would.
That was nice.
You know.
Yeah, it was a great way to end it.
Kid's
and
a
then
champ.
And then he lobbed it up for you when he was like, "Yeah, drink a bunch of coffee.
I know.
I go and hang out.
Isn't it
play my
amazing,
video games."
Like who wakes up at 6:30 to do an interview?
Someone who really likes their show.
That's true. That's true. I don't know. Do you think I would wake up at 6:30 for something?
No, not a shot.
If you had a show, I'd wake up for it.
All right.
And what about Mysterious Frank on this September 13th? How do you feel? One in the books?
I'd like to introduce my new show. Starts on Friday at 6:30.
Yeah, by the way, people have been asking.
2024.
Yeah, they've been asking me about the Friday New York Rick GC shows. Are there any updates on this?
Nope.
Okay. I heard a rumor that we may have a Friday show coming up in the future, but more on that in the coming weeks. Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. All right. Well, I mean, I think it's been a great day of interviews, a great day of chatting. There's just one thing left to do, and that is to put Noche UFC on notice with the Parlay Pals. Let's get our picks going here, guys. What do you say? What do you say? What do we got? What do we got?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, we got to get back on track eventually, right? We already got Pena's pick. It's going to be Kopylov.
Oh, we got it? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought she was going with Yasmin.
Oh.
No. It's Kopylov. So yeah, let me throw in the randomizer here, and us last three can finish.
By the way, why does she get to go first every time?
She's Juliana.
No, she doesn't she often go last? By the way, and she's been
sometimes she goes last, sometimes she goes first. It's
we don't.
She either sends the message before the show or after the show. That she chooses her order.
The important thing is that she sends the message.
She has good every week. Don't care. I mean, props to her.
Do you have to ask for it, or does it just come?
It just comes.
Wow.
This week, one new message. Yesterday at 8:52 p.m., Kopylov. And then last week it was just like, oh man, sorry I missed the picks. I'm going with Carlos Holberg.
Wow.
I mean, she's good with it. She is good with it.
Did you randomize?
Yes, let's randomize right now. We'll go Frank first, right. Rick second, and again, I will be going last, but I'm all right with that.
Okay,
all
and
right, start us off.
Yeah, and just for the record, we have, like I said, Noche UFC on ESPN Plus, a rare title fight. I was talking about this yesterday. I think the last title fight not on pay-per-view was that Figueiredo Benavidez, which was a weird one because Figueiredo missed weight.
No, because didn't they? Is that right? No, because didn't they have like the Abu Dhabi card?
Oh,
that was a numbered event, but not a pay-per-view.
Yeah, you're right. Was that Jan?
Jan and Aljo.
Was it Jan Blachowicz?
And Jan, yes, I think it was both of those, right? I think it was Aljo and Jan and Jan Blachowicz.
267.
Yeah.
It was the interim title.
Right.
Piotr Jan, Corey Sandhagen.
And
Jan that's what it was. That's
Glover.
right.
Yeah. Jan and Glover.
Yes.
That's when we got the back-to-backs.
Yeah, we had the back-to-backs. So I guess, okay, that's fair. And then the last time it was on a fight night. You know, this used to be common, right, with Benson Henderson and Demetrius Johnson and all these guys.
You've always referred back to when Dos Anjos like lost the, or was no, what was the fight night one that was like
when he lost Eddie Alvarez
before Mendez
the third
and
those three cards in one weekend. It was Eddie Alvarez RDA. It was
RDA and
Joanna
Eddie, right?
Claudia, and on the Friday, and then we found out on the Thursday that Anderson was stepping in to fight DC, and then it was UFC 200.
Oh, this was 200. That's right. Yeah.
Crazy.
Wild stuff.
Chad Mendez, Connor, we had Wonder Boy Jake Ellenberger on the Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Remember
Sunday
that?
card. That's,
you remember
that's
that?
Wild.
I remember sticking around, like after going through Chad, Connor, and how crazy that was, and Sinead O'Connor, and then that was like staying at the party.
Too, but I did not stay.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. You got tickets, right, at the last minute or something.
Hooked up by a great fan.
Yeah, that was like staying at a party way too late. Like to have to come back and cover a fight night after it was actually, I think there were some tough fights on that card. It was a weird time. Anyway, we've got UFC Noche, as I said. We've got
Noche UFC.
Okay,
is that confirmed? I'm asking you.
I don't know. Is it called Noche UFC? Perhaps yes.
You said Noche UFC a couple times. The poster says Noche UFC.
Yeah, you're right. It is
a couple of hashtags, but then the UFC's official Twitter handle says hashtag UFC Noche.
No, that's
getting confused. I'm going with Noche UFC.
Okay, I just want to say there's also KSW 86. There's LFA 167,
of course.
One championship. Let's not forget about ACA Young Eagles. So there's a lot there. What are we looking at?
Frank will lead us off.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep it simple. gonna go with Tracy Cortez and Yasmin.
Jazz Divizius.
Over 2.5.
That was That's amazing. That was great. Can we do that again?
Yeah, so Tracy Cortez and Yasmin.
Jazz Divizius.
Over 2.5.
I'm not gonna lie. I heard him listening to that interview earlier, and I thought he was just trying to get the pronunciation right. I didn't realize he was gonna clip it off, though.
Say one more.
What a drop.
Could you do it one more time? Because even there, I feel like I'm not saying it the right. Because she's saying Jazz Divizius, but later I think she told me that she preferred Jasidavicius because that's like the true Lithuanian way of saying
Yasmin.
it.
Jazz Divizius.
Oh my!
It just rolls right up the tongue.
So good, so good.
And what is
now?
what
Are
is
you
the
gonna
pick?
are you
Over
gonna
to-
start cutting this
over
in
to-
when Ariel's talking from now on? Or are you just gonna drop it in?
Please.
I think so. Just to save the-
That is now up there with Tommy Aspinall.
It might be better.
It might be better.
The
It's a
Tommy
great drop.
Aspinall is a great chance.
Frank, you've become Fred Norris. How do you do it so quickly?
I have my ways.
Okay, so it's just 2.5 because I thought maybe you'd be siding with the Arizona gal.
No, that's where you'd be wrong. I'm going locked in.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Minus 475 on the over 2.5.
Love
That brings us to Rick.
Yeah, I'm going 1.5. I'm going to the alternate totals, and I'm going to go Alexa Grasso, Valentina Shevchenko.
Ooh, like that. Like
over
that.
1.5.
I like it too.
That's a great one.
That's
In fact,
that's
do you want
a-
to trade, Rick?
That's a solid ringer right there. I think that's a good one. That's a good way to get back on track, Rick. That'll bring us to me. Last but not least, I'm going to take Raul Rosas Jr., but not money line. I'm going to take him to win by finish. Get that much better odds. Terrence Mitchell, he's not here for a long time. He's here for a good time. A lot of first-round finishes on the man's record. I would be surprised if this one goes the full 15. That gets us to plus 122.
Solid.
Gotta love it.
I do love that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a drop or Frank really actually said it. It felt like a.
Now you're paranoid. That
Someone was coming after us for like a plus 177 on 4 legs.
Bruh.
people are going to come after us for every decision we make.
Well, I was going to say we did him one better. Plus 122 on 4 legs. How's that sound?
I offered up a parlay last week and it was a minus, and people gave me crap for it, and it didn't even hit.
I do minus parlays all the time. Who cares?
It
It's all
didn't
about
even
having
hit.
fun.
Oh my god, that is crazy. All right, what else we got as far as picks?
Yeah, let's rip them. And speaking of having fun, we're gonna have some fun this weekend. I am all over the board. Just kept firing. I actually am surprised at how many bets I ended up with. So I will keep these little breakdowns brief. If you want the long form,
love it.
You know where to find us. No Bets Barred. Let's start it off. Frankie, go ahead and hit that for me, man. Didn't even move.
What are you trying to say her name?
Jasmine.
Divizius.
Oh, well, you've gotten it down.
Yeah, that is so good because you can like hear her accent too. Oh my god, it's so.
You can almost hear her smiling.
Yes.
Either way, I mean, we're Team Stay Vicious here. If you don't know the history, she came on the show.
Right here, I got the thing right here. I got the.
We did this segment immediately following it. I picked against her. She made me to look like a fool. Tweeted me as soon as she got back to the locker room. So yeah, I'm not going to go against her. Rode her on the Miranda Maverick fight. She cashed as a huge underdog. She continues to be underrated by the bookies. I think the size is going to play a factor here. I think she can stuff the takedowns of Tracy Cortez. And I think she gets it done. Hard to go against Tracy Cortez, but we will be riding hashtag.
By the way, why is it hard to go against Tracy Cortez?
You know.
Just because?
Next up. Edgar Chairez and Daniel Lacerda da Silva. However you want to say it. Lacerda on UFC website, da Silva on Tapology and other places. Either way, I'm taking the under 1.5 here. Anytime he fights. Last time, if you were with us, CJ Vergara and Lacerda, that was just to pull your hair out. Under 1.5 misses by 90 seconds. Could have been finished a million times over. I'm ready to get hurt again. I'm going right back to the well. Da Silva, Lacerda, 14 of his 16 fights under the 1.5. Shirez, only 8 of his 15, but 12 of his 15 have knock on the distance, so he does have that finishing capabilities. I think this one is just going to be madness. Lacerda da Silva, he needs to get back on track because this is probably his last chance. 0-4 in the UFC to this point. I think this one's going to be a barn burner. Going to be really fun. Next up, Roman Kopylov. I'm going to take him inside the distance. He's getting juiced up to be like a minus 400 favorite at this point. 10 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout, and I'm getting the inside the distance at plus 100. I know Josh Fremd is tough, but I think if this thing stays standing, Kopylov's going to have a nice striking advantage in this one. So I will take him to continue his ways of getting knockouts and continue here inside the distance. Next up, Lupita Godinez. I am going to take her minus 3.5 points. I mean, Jekyll and Hyde with Lupita. Sometimes I want to trust her. Sometimes it's tough. I've bet on her. I've bet against her. This is actually going to be her 8th fight since I started on the show. She remains active anytime, anywhere, but I just think there's such a clear path to victory in this one. Elise Reed, 50% takedown defense. She's been taken down in every single one of her UFC fights, been controlled for almost 27 minutes in just 6 UFC fights. The path is there. Hopefully Lupita takes it, and I think if she does, I think she's live for a finish or a dominant decision. Now let's have some fun.
Oh, yeah.
A young man, Raul Rosas. Everyone going to tell you by submission. I'm going to zig where others zag. I'm going to take the KO just because of the price. I mean, submission is like minus 170 or something right now. I think he's just as live for a knockout. Terrence Mitchell, never been submitted. He does have a pretty solid ground game, but I do think Raul Rosas has the skill advantages to win this one. And I could absolutely see a world where he gets him to the ground, he can't submit him, and then he finishes him via ground and pound. We just saw it in the Cameron Simon fight. Terrence Mitchell, both times he has stepped up to the UFC level. He has been finished in the first round, and that's why not? An additional little sprinkle. Raul Rosas, KO round 1. Took this one at plus 1,000. Very small sprinkle. Most likely going to get the submission, but I feel good that Raul Rosas gets it done in there on Saturday night. Next up, hopefully the T-shirt does not come into play.
Oh, yeah.
But you know it. Donnie Giacomo, Jackie 3 Names back in there. JDM. Tough matchup. I mean, confidence isn't through the roof on this one. Kevin Holland is a tough matchup, but ride or die with my guy Donnie G. So that's where I land on that one. No more explanation needed. To the main event.
And what are we calling that one again, by the way?
Jack Della Maddalena Moneyline?
No. Like, is it the co-main, co-headline?
Oh, that's This
is a good debate right here.
That's actually great. I should have teed that one up better. I should have hit we head to the either co-main event. I say it's a co-main event.
I think it's co-main.
I think this is the perfect example of a co-main event.
Yep.
That is not primary support?
Chief
support.
What network are you going with? Is there a new one? Jeez, primary.
I'm trying to keep up with the tiers. I'm trying to keep up. I need a tiers thing. All right, so the main event, this one is tricky. I mean, we know the stats. I think it's 5-12 now after Izzy beat Pereira and Nunez beat Pena. It's tough to get the belt back after it gets taken from you. Also, UFC champions in underdog fights, I believe it's 15-9-1. So the stats don't stack up for Shevchenko to get the belt back. She is 35 years old. We just saw Kamaru Usman not get the belt back after getting finished in the later rounds and then rematching. And they're not in Mexico, but it is Noche UFC. This is sort of centered around Alexa Grasso, similar to Leon Edwards in London. A lot of things not pointing well for Valentina Shevchenko, but I don't know why. I mean, it just the years of watching her, I still have faith in her to get it done. I'm not going to play her straight just because she is a favorite, but I am going to go by decision. I like this number at plus 180. Not doing a ton on it, but going back and watching the first fight, I felt like she had some success. Alexa Grasso was very tough. I think this is going to be a very close fight, and I do think if Valentina wins it, it'll be through all 5 rounds. So I'm going to go with Shevchenko by decision.
Wow.
But I won't be shocked if it's Ann still, and we get the custom belt around Alexa Grasso's waist on Saturday night. 2 quick parlays, a prop parlay.
Do you think it's fair that Shevchenko doesn't keep the custom belt if she wins?
Oh, you're saying Shevchenko gets to take the custom belt with her?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
I like it. I like it.
You like what?
That she takes the custom belt.
She should.
I mean, you're putting it on the line.
But I don't
it's
think
up there
she gets
media
it.
day.
I don't think she gets it.
I mean, we'll see on Saturday night.
All right.
Little prop parlay like all these to not go to a decision, and then Cortez Jasdovicius over 1.5, and then had to do it in honor of it. Noche UFC, a little Mexican favorite parlay to finish us off. There it is.
Oh, wow. Are we doing this? That's great. I love that.
I mean, you got to show some love, man. You got to show some love. I'm going to get
This is what we didn't do in Vancouver, right?
Exactly. We did it in Paris, and it hit. It was like plus 430 or something in Paris. I mean, just got to always do this at this point. Yeah. Get some nice Mexican for lunch on Saturday. Be ready to roll.
Wow. What do we got? Have we decided?
I haven't decided on the restaurant yet, but maybe enchiladas.
Those are always good.
Yeah, a little Christmas.
Christmas?
Like the style of the sauce. That's what he's
Green and red.
I like that.
That's what people say. You never heard that?
Can we do green and red and then add queso on, and then it's
a
treat?
Then it's not. Yeah.
I'm very excited for this card. I really like this. I'm a sucker for these sort of gimmicky cards.
Oh yeah.
That's why I said do a July 1st card in Canada. Do U.S. versus do St. Patrick's Day Ireland versus the world. Do St. Bastille Day. Do France versus the world. Is there an Australian Independence Day? Do that one. You know, like let's. The more of this, the better. I still can't believe Canelo's not fighting on this weekend. That is wild to me. But yeah,
I'm with you, man. I mean, give me the specialty belt. Give me the Mexican Independence Day pride for it. It's going to be great.
Yeah. You guys didn't ask me, but I'm going to throw in one. You could take it or leave it.
We want you back.
Here we go. 5 legs.
No. I'm going to throw it out there. It could be a standalone. You could take it or leave it. But I'm actually going. Like I'm bringing back the
H-Dow.
The H-Dow. Yeah.
Whoa, Nelly.
You want it? You guys want it?
Yes, please. The world wants it.
This is actually the biggest bet that I've ever made in terms of underdog, like the biggest H-Dow of all time, numbers wise, odds wise. The precise number, believe it or not, plus 1,200.
Who could this possibly be? Tell
plus
us.
Plus 1,200. We're going with a win via TKO or KO on Friday night in Tijuana, Mexico. Friend of the program, Sky Nicholson gets the stoppage. How about that?
You're taking to get a stoppage.
The stoppage plus 1,200.
Wow.
In enemy territory against Sabrina Maribel Perez. You said it yourself. You said it yourself. The surest thing in the business is a Sky Nicholson decision. You said it yourself, right? You said it back.
I mean, she's had like 150 fights and like 149 decisions.
Yeah. Friday night, H-Dow, remember.
All right.
I have so many objections. I
love it. I love it. Are we going 10 rounds in that one?
I don't even think so. No, I think it's less than that. It might
6
be,
rounds?
Well, actually, he's saying it's going to go.
No, it doesn't even matter. It's an interim title fight, so I think it actually might be 10 rounds.
10 rounds could help.
Why are you hating, Rick?
I'm not hating. I'm just. First of all, I've already discussed H-Dow doesn't apply to a huge favorite, right? That's not an underdog.
No, it's a huge underdog.
That's just a plus money bet. That's
minus
not a huge underdog.
1,400 on the money line for.
Yeah, that's not an underdog. And also, there's no chance I would let that go into the.
By the way, just for jokes, what would a plus 1,200 do to the odds of this parlay?
We are at plus 122 right now. Let's go ahead and throw old Sky Nicholson by knockout in there. That'll knock us up to plus 2,786.
All right, you laugh now.
Sky Nicholson flatline.
Helwani called it. In Tijuana, no less. Talk about an enemy territory.
190 Sky Nicholson.
100 to 90? Oh, in terms of the... yeah,
he's picking the score, yeah.
All right, so there you have it.
As someone who's been at
3,
2 2 or 3 Sky Nicholson fights. Yeah, 190 sounds good.
All right.
What is her by points? By points minus 750. Fight goes to a decision minus 1,500.
Wow.
Now
that's the greatest
just
prop
based
ever.
on everything that's happened the last couple of months, that is 100% gonna hit, and something else.
Honestly, like
parlay is
she
not
has
gonna
to get
hit.
a finish eventually, right? Like
Wait,
she's gotten
mine. You're saying
Yours is gonna hit,
Yeah.
and everything else. Like we're gonna bust out
I
for
know.
sure.
Imagine all
I
of you
feel that.
lose and I win.
I know we lose on our minus
coming.
600s. You hit
Yeah.
a plus 1200.
It's coming. It is coming.
7-0 on the pro scene. 7 wins by decision.
Yeah. So what? 7-0.
But in her amateur career, 107 wins. 4
Those
by a
4.
knockout.
Probably the last 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
she's-
like one every 25. So we're getting close. Like
So
we're getting close
we're
to
due-
one more in the
No,
pros.
you know what that means? That means we're due. We're up.
She does get a knockout.
Almost.
3.7% of the time.
Yeah. There you go.
Last knockout was.
Yep.
You can see. Where are you seeing this? Tapology?
Box rec.
Oh, box record. That's right. Oh, I see Tapology.
Last knockout was.
Last knockout was.
What is RSC?
September 15th, 2023. All right. You could shove it.
Do we know what RSC stands for?
Yes, of course we know what it stands for. I mean, get with the program. How great was Chris Eubank, huh, Rick? Wasn't he great?
Dude,
I was not explaining what RSC stands
Because he
for.
doesn't know.
Wasn't Eubank great?
This was truly one of my
Yes.
favorite shows in a long time.
Yeah, I felt like we were rolling between Kayla and
Nicksick.
Nicksick's
I could
awesome.
listen to that guy talk
I mean,
about
he
anything
did.
for days.
The
Eubank-
breakdown that Nicksick does is next
Yeah.
level. I love it. He explains what he was saying. I love it.
Nicksick, I texted the chat. I feel like he's in the top tier good guys in MMA. I love that dude. I could listen to him talk about anything.
Me too.
Kayla with some semi-breaking-ish news.
Mhm.
Pettis with some actual breaking news. Mending fences with Dricus Du Plessis. Whittaker's one of my faves, always fantastic. And for me, the shining star was Chris Eubank. First of all, like it seemed like we weren't going to get him, and then
I
him
know.
coming back heroically, that kind of changes it. But the way he eloquently kind of laid out the difference between UFC top level
Out of
purses
nowhere,
and
right? Just kind
what's
of out of
happening in
nowhere there at the
boxing.
top.
Well, you challenged him. You were like, yeah, you don't want to talk to some MMA guy. And he's like,
Yeah.
actually, I watch more UFC and MMA than I watch
Well, here's
boxing.
the thing. I get the text family emergency. Then he's clearly annoyed that he says he's at dinner. And I was like, all right, well, there was
Yeah.
no family with all due respect. And then,
Yeah, but I
I
will
was
say,
feeling
coming
some
from the
sort of
PR
way. Frank Warren, this and then, like maybe the boxing guys don't respect us because this doesn't happen with the MMA guys. So we got some work to do.
coming from having worked in PR for many years, that's good coverage by that
Yeah,
PR
yeah.
person. Now, I wouldn't have went family emergency, but that's
Yeah,
good coverage from the PR
Good
person
coverage, but then it
Family.
bites back.
Yeah.
trying to
There's different
save
stories. and
When
then
he's at
saying
dinner and
something
he's like,
else.
Could be an
Fam-
emergency
fam-
family dinner.
Who
family
booked this?
emergency is rough.
I was told prior family engagements.
See, that makes sense.
That makes sense. But even still, like we had the,
Play telephone. Someone thinks it's an emergency now. It makes
yeah,
sense.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be like,
But-
okay, but it sounded like he was just at dinner.
Uh,
Anyway,
I've
he
never
was
heard
awesome.
somebody kind of break it down that eloquently. I mean, as you,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, his father, one of the best talkers in combat and sports history. He's a very eloquent man.
He sounds like his dad,
I mean,
right?
He's different
To a degree, but
there's
yeah.
there's a certain lilt to like Senior's voice that like isn't there. He's just much more like straightforward, but he has a great voice, and also he's just got a great mind for the sport, for the business. Like he understands things at a level that is different. I think truly like MMA fighters could use somebody like him on their side in terms of being able to bridge that gap and understand the difference in terms of boxing pay structure and MMA pay structure and be an advocate in some capacity. Now, obviously, he's a very active fighter and he's got a big fight potentially coming up with Conor Benn. But I don't know, that man hit on something that I haven't heard put quite that simply and eloquently before.
It was a good one. I enjoyed it.
circling
much.
back to the RSC,
Yeah.
referee
Oh, yeah.
stops contest.
Okay. Wow, really?
2018.
That's the name of the promotion?
No. That was her last.
No, that's how
she's
they
never knocked
finish.
anyone out. It's like referee.
Oh, I thought you were asking what RSC the promotion was. I was like, of course, Regional Super Fight Challenge.
Right.
That's okay. Sorry, I didn't understand. All right, gents, it is time to go. Much love, peace and love, peace and love. By the way, GC, we've got a big issue on our hands on Monday. We're going up against Forrest and Burnley.
Yeah.
So, I just thought of something brilliant. We're going to talk about this offline, or should we talk about it online?
It's up to you. I don't know what it is, so I can't.
JJ Watt watch party?
You think he'd come?
I think he would come. We're like buds now. Like we DM all the time.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Yo, because they beat us in the Carabao Cup, the prestigious Carabao Cup.
This is a revenge game, big revenge game.
I will say the kid is clean. My kids wear like a nice little collar there. It's nice.
Well, better not be wearing it on Monday.
No, of course not. Shout out. All right, so that's coming on Monday. Anyone out there celebrating Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year? I hope you have a Shana Tova Umetuka, a great and sweet year coming up. We'll be back on Monday to talk about Noche UFC, to talk about anything else going on in the world of MMA, and my H-Down pick. I'll be rubbing it in. For now, though, Frank. And what a week for Frank. I mean, golly, talk about rising to the occasion, right?
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's as if I was always here.
No, but I mean, you took it up a notch. I mean, you said, listen, moderator Lewis, high and dry. Thanks. Future endeavors. Let me get my elbows out here. Let me show you how it's done. I mean, those were great questions. I would love to know what hit the cutting room floor, as they say in the biz. But I thought they were all good. Were you happy with them? Were you happy with how they were received?
Very happy with them.
Nice mix of behind the scenes, good fight. You can hang with the best of them as far as fight talk is concerned at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. That seemed like you were trying to convince yourself. But no, I thought it was great. And now, whether you like it or not, you're in.
Perfect.
You feel good about that? You're okay with that?
I mean, I have committed to it.
Okay.
That's important.
Yeah, that's half the battle. So what a day it was. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. What about Kayla Harrison? Welcome back to her November 24th. Looking forward to that. If she wants me to walk her out with the gold medals, we could certainly have that conversation. No doubt about that. Thank you very much to Dricus Du Plessis. Enjoyed the conversation. Great to have him back on the show as well. Eric Nicksick, the man. Congratulations to him and the entire team over there at Xtreme Couture. Sergio Pettis, fantastic. Good luck to him on November 17th. Chris Eubank Jr., amazing. Congrats to him. And, of course, Robert Whittaker for being the mensch of all mensches. Thank you very much to him as well. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say...